Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to have you all here. I hope everything works, you can hear me, you see at least something, and I guess the most important part is that you can at least hear me and that I somewhat made it on time. So welcome everyone, nice to see you here in chat. And yeah, this stream today was a bit of a surprise stream, I think. Planned to do this much earlier, to be honest, but I don't know, last week I had a sore throat and didn't feel too well, so I took some days off and recovered a little bit, and that's probably why my voice doesn't sound as as well as it used to sound. I don't know, maybe you can hear it. And but now I'm back and took a few days off, so content creation will start pretty much right now again. So yeah, and I thought maybe start with with a stream. So nice, you can hear me. That's awesome. So yeah, the event for the stream, I originally planned to maybe try organize a little collaboration after Hobbit Day, but it's really, as you can probably imagine, a bit problematic. Like, if you have one collaboration for Hobbit Day, which I guess went fantastic, and have another collaboration right after exactly a week after Hobbit Day, because today is an interesting date. Today is the 29th of September 2021, at least from my time zone perspective, and I guess from a lot of people watching right now too. And as that is interestingly the end of the Third Age. So the end of the Third Age is the 29th of September, Third Age 3021. So you could maybe say we are 1,000 years too early to celebrate the end of the Third Age, but I know it's an interesting date, and I thought it would be kind of cool having at least some content here. I think Gigi, a user that often comments in my comment section and so on, suggested that we might do this something on this date, but I already said to her that it might be difficult organizing something if the month was very busy with the release of my Elrond video, the first part of it, then a Hobbit Day video right after it, and so on. And there's more parts to come for the Elrond video. I still have to do a video about the Nature of Middle-earth book. That is also planned, and some other stuff is going on in the background. So you can imagine, it's a quite busy month, and October will be busy too. So it was difficult. Then on top of it, I was sick for a few days. So that delayed my efforts further. So here we are with a little live stream. I hope people enjoy this at least. So there's a question by Alex Shadowfax. Also, shout outs to you, man. Always nice seeing you in the comment section and so on. Will you upload the live stream when it's finished? Yes, it will be available as a VOD, probably exactly this live stream version. I have the option to maybe edit the countdown out where nothing happens. I did this in the past, and maybe put this to an unlisted stream, or the original VOD, but maybe the chat is interesting for some people, so maybe I just keep it like this and make a timestamp into the VOD so you know when it starts. I don't know, it probably works out. So I hope people have some questions, because I don't have. I think the format of a lore Q&A worked pretty well in the past, and I hope we can keep some stuff going. And really happy. I'm so excited to be here. Love this channel, and this is the first time I've been able to join in live. Welcome, Sharon. Nice to see you here in live. It's also good to know that people can hear me. I'm a long-time fan. I do a weekly lore discussion and watch party each week on my Discord, and your videos are integral in getting my viewers caught up on Tolkien lore. Thank you. Oh, that is awesome that some people do weekly lore discussions on different platforms like Discord. That's pretty neat. yeah, sadly I don't upload weekly, so that is of course maybe a problem from my side, I guess. But happy that you enjoy this. But of course there are other very great content creators out there that do really fantastic stuff and really cool lore videos, in my opinion, too. So you definitely have a selection of pretty good content there. Hope people enjoy this. I hope also I'm not too early on stuff, but I think I said 7:30 from my perspective. Yeah, usually I would start a bit later, but yeah, I don't know. Usually I also go for quite some time, so I try to find like a good middle ground when to start. It's a bit difficult. I hope time-wise it works out for people. So yeah, end of the Third Age is always an interesting topic. Maybe I should have opened my digital copy of the book so I can look into some stuff while talking to you people. Yeah, the end of the Third Age is an interesting point. Like it's in my opinion, it's always kind of interesting that Lord of the Rings plays at the end of the Third Age, because I mean, if you hear these numbers, 3021, that sounds like a sci-fi number if you think about it. And they think, okay, that's the Third Age, and there are more ages, and they also have over 3,000 years, and we are at the very end of this specific age. That seems kind of unusual to place a story basically right at the end of everything, and not much is known about the Fourth Age. Just a few little things happen there, and that is a bit fascinating, and I guess maybe also works quite well with that Tolkien never he started writing a sequel to Lord of the Rings, but he abandoned it, and yeah, he thought, yeah, I basically told everything. There's nothing really I could add. Sure, I could maybe write an interesting story, but that's not what I want. And he stopped. And I think that's pretty awesome that he did this, even though this means not missing anything. Also, yeah, welcome Kierdan. Nice to see you here too. My trusty moderator. Always awesome to have a moderator in chat when you do a live streaming. And let me just see if what is happening here. Let me just see if I can find it really quick. Currently I'm doing a terrible job. Where is it? Appendix B. That's what I'm searching. Must be somewhere down the lines. Let me see. March. $3,019. Oh, we are far off. Yeah, it's an interesting thing there in the book too. There, so in Appendix B, the Tale of Years, Third Age, there's also an entry for the year 3021. Not much is written on there. And the second last entry reads at the 29th, they come to the Grey Havens. Frodo and Bilbo depart over sea with the three keepers. The end of the Third Age. Interestingly, this was on March, 29th of March. There's an entry for the 6th of October, though, which is kind of interesting. Samrise returns to Bag End. So, yeah. You could argue maybe it's the 6th of October that ends the Third Age, even though the 29th says otherwise. Maybe somebody in chat knows more about this, but out of my head, I don't know exactly what's going on with the 6th of October there. But I find this kind of funny. But officially, according to Appendix B, the 29th of September marks the end of the Third Age. Let me just also look at chat a little bit. See what is going on. Will you continue the differences between books and films series? Yes, I will. Also asked by CMDR Stargazer. Yes, I will continue it. The question is when I will continue it. I'm a bit sorry that I haven't uploaded any video for the series for quite some time. in a way, or originally the plan was that the Who is Elrond video is part of this series. But it makes little sense. Like, the series is quite long already. I think it's about around 7 hours of content, I think. Haven't calculated it. Also, good evening. Haven't calculated. Oh, the Red Book is here. Nice to see you, man. Shoutouts to you too. Also a lore content creator. But let me finish the sentence first. Yeah, the Elrond video, it makes no sense. If your series is 7 hours long and you make a 4+ hour video about Elrond in it. Sure, you could ask, it makes sense, but it's kind of strange in my opinion. It was a bit too overboard for the series in my opinion, and it was more, I wanted to, if I put so much work into a video that is just this long, I want it to be its own thing, and be it part of these who are whatever character, whatever, who is Sauron, who is Gandalf and the Istari, who is Círdan, even though the video is not called Who is Círdan, but that's a different story. One of those long character study videos where I go through the complete lore and try to connect the character to every possibility and every piece in the thing. So that's the decision behind me. The decision that led to the decision to separate it from the book and film differences series, even though the book and film differences series does not do justice to I have definitely probably problems naming this series, because it became more a book analysis series with also tying it to the films a bit. So basically, yeah, I don't know, I really work very close to the books, and it's just what do the films different is also a topic in the series, I guess. But yeah, I like it a lot and I want to continue it. But yeah, I said it, I think, in past streams. It will probably take a couple of years till I complete this series. It's just so big. Also, hello, Crashbang. And Melon Bitch, glad to catch the live stream. There was a question asked by, I think, let me just... What are your thoughts on the new Shadow? Oh, that's also a difficult one. So the new Shadow is the mentioned sequel to Lord of the Rings, and there's not much written, and yeah, there's not much I can say about it. I haven't parts of it, or maybe it's completely published. I'm not even 100% sure about this, but if it's complete or just parts, you can read a little bit of it and get through a few contents content that is mentioned in there, and I totally see why Tolkien did this. I'm personally, I don't know, people might see this differently, but personally, I'm a huge fan of the concept of endings. I like when a series ends, even if it has this taste of, oh no, it ended. Now we don't get more anymore. Multiple series, like, maybe it's a stupid example, but for example, I really liked the anime series Cowboy Bebop. Was one of my favorite series of all time, and I was so sad that it's just, I know it's 24 or 26 episodes or something like this. I was so sad that it ended, but also it was good that it ended, because I think a good and strong ending and finishing something is something very good. And I feel that a lot of series these days forget the art of coming to an end. They just want to prolong the series, and of course the fans demand it too. It's like there is a market for it, or there's an interest in. Market sounds too maybe economic, but there's definitely an interest that series continue and never end. And there are multiple examples of series that just go on for decades. And it's in my opinion a bit sad if something doesn't find a good end, or it's just, especially if it feels at some point that it's prolonged artificially. And this would maybe not have been the case if Tolkien just wrote another sequel, just one sequel to Lord of the Rings. But I think having a final point, it ends here. No further stuff. That's a story. If I do something else, I do something different, or work on other aspects of my universe or something. And I think that is good. In addition, you have to think about that Tolkien sadly never finished the Silmarillion himself. There's of course enough material in it, and it became you could say, complete book that works with The Lord of the Rings, that complements The Lord of the Rings very well, but he never managed to finish it himself, which is very sad. And just imagine he would take, like, Lord of the Rings took Tolkien, I don't know. He was asked to write Lord of the Rings, I think, after this, The Hobbit got some success. Probably in the 30s, maybe early 40s. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe somebody knows it from the letters. And yeah, he released it 1956, 54. What am I talking? 54 and 55. It was completed in 1949, I think. The story was the base story was complete, and the appendices were worked on, and probably he polished it a bit, and so on and so forth. And then there was some also negotiations with the publisher and so on, and it's complex stuff. And yeah, that's a long time. Like, he worked on Lord of the Rings for more than a decade, maybe almost 2 decades, you could say. And just imagine he would put the same effort. I mean, there was a lot, to be fair, there was a lot more going on when he wrote Lord of the Rings. He worked a lot on the Silmarillion in parallel and so on, and maybe, but as said, he never finished the Silmarillion himself, and as a result, maybe he would also been distracted with working, and it took another 2 decades. Maybe we would have gotten less Silmarillion texts and essays that we now got published, like recently in the Nature of Middle-earth was the last book that recently came out, publishing some essays and so on of Tolkien texts that were not known before, or not published before, and we probably would have not gotten some of those if Tolkien would have worked on another book. So it's a very difficult answer, I would say, because yeah, there was just the project Tolkien worked on was just so big that his lifetime was simply not enough, and if there would be another big project in it, we would have gotten less of the other, if that makes any sense. So in a way, I'm kind of happy that he never followed that, and as said, I like the idea of having an end of a story, and that is, in my opinion, something very powerful and also beautiful in a way that we can get with this. Yeah, Berserk is a good example. It's also another anime for people wondering. And now the author is dead without the story being finished. Exactly. This can happen easily if you just prolong it for too long. I know there's also the infamous example. I mean, the author is still working on it. One Piece, for example. I think when I was going to school in the 90s, there was One Piece as an anime TV show in the afternoon, and now it's 2021 and the story is not finished, which is kind of interesting in a way. And I don't want to say that it's bad or anything, but it's just sometimes just compare this to 24 or 26 episodes of Cowboy Bebop or whatever. It's just a difference, right? Yeah, writing a good ending is quite difficult, exactly. And I feel like if series just write these open-ended, oh, we can make a sequel, oh no, or come with some stuff, oh no, he's not, he's one of the bad guys, is not dead, he survived somehow, and now here's a sequel about it, and think, okay, doesn't, and then the sequel isn't great, and it maybe damages how you see the old films in a weird way, or the old series, or etc. Just had a specific example. Maybe people can guess which example I mean. I mean, yeah, that's not so cool, I guess. And as a result, yeah, I don't know. It's a complicated but very interesting topic in a way. And yeah, it's I don't know. I like when something ends, and even especially, I mean, just think about it. If a story ends, and you know, it's the last, it's the end of the show, and it feels like, oh no, it's the end of the show, and you're a bit sad, then you know it was a good show, a good book, a good, I don't know, film series or whatever, because you want more. And as long as the ending is good and has a good impact, and the Lord of the Rings ending is good, like, it really is good. It's a fantastic ending, like, it really is a really good ending in my opinion. Also, the films, even though slightly different, also have a fantastic ending, and I think it makes it a very complete experience. You don't feel like, I don't know, I never felt like I need a sequel for The Lord of the Rings. I feel like yeah, that was an epic story, and there it ends. It never. Sure, it would be cool if there was more, but even if not, it's a fantastic story. Yeah, Trixie Bell, Godless figured it out. Yeah, I was talking about stuff. Even though, to be fair, the idea that a certain evil character survives was also part of the extended universe back in the day, but I was never a huge fan of it because I felt like, yeah, whatever. But I have to admit, the original version seemed better than what we got in the end, in my opinion. But let's not talk about this specific franchise here. Can't go well, I think. There was also some comments I maybe skipped. Maybe I forgot a question. If I maybe did not see your question, feel free to post it again. I hope that answers the question of the Red Book. Pretty awesome question, though. It's an interesting question to discuss, I think. James Wright, love the channel. The Elrond video was amazing. Excited for the next part of that tale. I'm also very excited for the next part. I was very worried about the first part, though, because in a way I talk very little about Elrond. Only like around half of it. He's just born inside the chronology. I felt like, yeah, that's a bit strange, but yeah, knowing that there are more episodes to come maybe makes up for it a little bit. I'm very happy with the reception and the resonance and the feedback, and also the numbers of the video are so far pretty strong. And yeah, I was very worried about this, that people might not like it. Maybe it's a bit too long. Maybe people are not excited watching a 2-hour video about, mostly not about Elrond, even though it says it is about him, and so on. But I try to, in the next part and the part after that, I try to connect lots of parts of his life to his ancestors and his past. That's a thing I try. I'm not sure if I will make a good job there, but that's we will see how it went. But I think the episode 2, and especially, I think part 2, it's not an episode. It's supposed to be one video. It's written as one video, just to clear up confusion or something about it. I've written the stuff already. I might add something still, but that's another thing. But yeah, part 2 I think will be very interesting. I'm very curious what people would think about it. I think it's really good. I think it's it will cover, I hope, for most of or all of the second age, and then I try to make another part covering the third age. I hope I can make it in 2 more parts, but like I said, my script is just so incredibly long. I have really difficulty estimating how long it will be in the end, and yeah, maybe I have to make a 4th part or something. I'm not sure yet. How to structure it, to be honest. Because making long parts obviously takes long production times, and yeah, I don't want to prolong it too much. I'm not sure, but yeah, we will see. And I think second age and third age parts where Elrond really shines and are really, really cool parts. I'm very curious. And I think personally that you might get a view of Elrond and this age that you maybe have not seen in this complexity before in a video. Maybe I'm overhyping, overpromising here a little bit, but considering just that I'm talking about the second age for another 2 hours, maybe on early third age, I'm not sure. Yeah, you can probably. There's a lot of information in this video, or will be. So very curious about this, how people will think about this. Oh, that is an interesting one. I'm actually getting ready. Oh, Dale Davis says, I'm actually getting ready to run an adventure in Middle-earth campaign set in the early 4th age, so I will be using some of the Return of the Shadow ideas as part of it. Oh, that's a very cool thing. So you are playing a tabletop RPG, I assume. Is it this? And you are the GM, the Game Master? I only know there is Middle-earth role-playing with the Role Master, aka Rule Master, set that's very old. I think it's from the 80s, I think. And there is another one, I forgot the name, but I haven't played that one. Did Shadowfax go to Valinor as well? Oh boy, yeah. Now you hit a blind spot. I remember there was something mentioned. I think he does, yes, but I'm not 100% sure. Does somebody in chat know? There was some mention of Shadowfax, and I think there was even a scene with Gandalf and Shadowfax. Let me see if I can find it in the book really quick. I'm now curious too. I think there was something with Shadowfax. Maybe he went. I feel like I haven't now spontaneously thinking about it, but I have to admit I don't have the chapters in my head so well that I can think about it. Even though I feel like I read about it some time ago. Need to narrow the search a little bit. But maybe somebody in chat already wrote down. Also, Avi Kitty is here too. Welcome. Thanks for the answer. Okay, answered the question. Let me see if I can find it really quick. It could be. Is he mentioned in many partings? If so, he has to. Nope, he doesn't follow. He is off. What do I have in mind then? Wasn't there something? No, he does not come with to Valinor, it seems. Or did he? Let me see. Which chapter am I in? Kings of the Marks, must be Appendix A then. Yeah, that's Appendix A. Yeah, so it says, he turned Shadowfax off the road, and the great horse leaped the green dike that here ran beside it, and then, at a cry from Gandalf, he was gone, racing towards the Barrow Downs like a wind from the north. That is, yeah, Shadowfax. So he does not come with to Valinor. Wasn't sure, though, I have to admit. Oh, letter 268. There's more. Is there more info about this? Let me see. I also have the letters here somewhere. Just have to find them. Oh. Okay, so let us read the first sentence. Maybe this is why I have this information in my mind, because I felt like there was something more on it. So letter 268 to Miss Northey, written at the 19th of January 1965. I think Shadowfax certainly went with Gandalf across the sea, though this is not stated. I feel it is better not to state everything, and indeed, it is more realistic since the chronicles and accounts of real history, many facts that some inquirer would like to know are omitted, and the truth has to be discovered or guessed from such evidence as there is. So yeah, it's interesting. If people want to know, it's letter 268 if you want to read it yourself. But it seems like Tolkien might have had a different idea here, even though I'm... that is interesting. Yes, Shadowfax is at the Grey Havens. Oh, interesting. I feel like it's... I mean, it doesn't mean that Shadowfax does not return. He just says, "Hey, Shadowfax, you're free to leave, to go," and he was racing towards the Barrow Downs like a wind from the north. This was also said. I should maybe add this in the last. Oh, it is not. or I was tricked. I thought it would be in one of the later chapters, but it just jumped back to chapter 7. So just ignore what I said, and it's just then the letter as evidence. I didn't see that it's from the chapter Homeward Bound, the chapter before the scouring of the Shire. But he's not mentioned after this anymore, so there is not much. He only in the in Appendix A, there's of course a mention of him again. Very interesting. You would have not thought. It's quite possible. A Song of Ice and Fire, we may never see an ending of those books. Yeah, but those books, though, I think have a definitive ending in the mind of the writer. He's not prolonging it artificially. He just takes his time to finish his stories. Why it takes him so long, I'm not a writer, so it's hard to judge. I also take a long time to make my videos, so I can kind of understand if you go into a lot of detail and so on, that you maybe, I don't know. Sometimes stuff just takes a long time, especially if you want to achieve a high quality when it comes to this. But yeah, I just mean that sometimes people just I don't know, don't end a story well and just leave some gaps open so they can maybe continue it. And I think that sometimes hurts stories. Not always, but sometimes it hurts them. Love the depths and details of the Elrond video, and I'm looking forward to more. Once those videos are done, are you considering doing another character in that same format? I guess I mean, there's of course a huge development over time. If you see I think I did the Aragorn, Who is Aragorn video was the first one I did, and after that was the Sauron video, and then the Gandalf, and then the Círdan video. I think that's the order in which I did those very big videos, and there's definitely an evolution to be seen in those. Like when I did the Aragorn, I didn't know as much as I, for example, know today. It was just a starting point of a lot of research and learning more and more and getting deeper and deeper into the universe of Tolkien. And as a result, there's an evolution. I also did not know what images can I use on YouTube, what and so on, and what are good formats for it, and so on. So yeah, there's definitely a development going on there, and now I reached a point with the Elrond video where it becomes very difficult to cover, like, on a way, of course, I want to cover, for example, Galadriel in also a similar or very detailed fashion at some point, but it's hard to say if I have the energy or the passion to pump out another video on this scale. Like, it takes a lot of time, and it's not usually very healthy for your YouTube channel if you don't upload for 6 months or something. And working on stuff like this in parallel is very difficult to do for me personally. I just need to focus on one thing at a time. That I know some other creators, for example, work on different videos or have some pre-production going on, but I'm usually like a person that needs a lot of focus on one particular project to make things work, and as a result, that limits me a little bit, because, like I said, I like uploading videos on my channel, and that's also good for the channel, and that's also a thing I need to consider a little bit. So maybe if I find a project that I'm passionate about to put this amount of work into, I probably will try this again, but maybe not on this level. On the other side, I think if I would do a Galadriel video, it would be shorter than an Elrond video. It's pretty hard to explain why I think that, and it might sound ridiculous to some people, but I don't know. There are a lot of Galadriel is a very weird character, in my opinion, in the lore. Weird is the wrong word, but she is a character that has seen a lot of development too. Elrond is a character, in contrast, that is very old, like I said in the video. Oldest texts mentioning Elrond are from 1926, and his ancestors and so on, who he is, has not changed that much, except for that one thing, that he was once supposed to be the first king of Numenor, and then later became the Lord of Rivendell, and an elf, and he had a half-brother, Elros, and he decided to be man, and he became the first king of Numenor, and that makes it the only big change to Elrond. Else he is as much intact as he was in very early writings, which is kind of fascinating in my opinion. And Galadriel, in contrast, I can cover like 4 different versions of Galadriel at the beginning. There's a version where she and Celeborn meet, I think, in Tol Eressëa, and she helps defending the Teleri from the Fëanorians, or the Noldor elves under Fëanor in the first kinslaying, and then she gets on a boat with her husband Celeborn, or later husband Celeborn, and they sail over to Middle Earth. Then there's a version where she also comes to, or that's the version that I would say most people would know. I also mentioned it in the video, where she also crosses to Middle Earth over Helcaraxe with the Noldor together, and so on. So there are multiple versions. There's a version where Galadriel has a son, where Amroth is the son of Galadriel and not of Amdir, and so on. So there are multiple versions of Galadriel and her past, and covering those might make things difficult, but I would focus maybe in this video more on Galadriel herself and her different versions, while in an Elrond video I try to place him inside the lore. If that makes sense. More like the focus is a different one, and it becomes, because I try to cover every possible event, and how Elrond, as Herald of Gil-galad in the Second Age, for example, he is of course connected to everything that concerns Gil-galad. Elrond must have something to do with it too, so I must mention it, in my opinion at least, in the video, and that's quite a lot. And in contrast, I of course also have to mention Galadriel, because Elrond and Galadriel are also characters that have a lot of walks through history in parallel, if you want, and so on. And now that I have done the Elrond video, I can always reference the Elrond video, where I also talk a lot about Galadriel, to be honest. And in a Galadriel video might reference the Elrond video then a little bit more. As a result, it could be shorter. It will be still a long video, though. Like, for sure, I can make a 2-hour video about Galadriel, but probably not 4 hours, if that makes any sense. Kind of, interesting detail, I think. Also, for example, Galadriel is in this point interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Galadriel is really a strange character, I think, because it's like the connections to the First Age are definitely there, but there are not that many stories regarding Galadriel in the First Age. This is pretty similar to Elrond, but if you think about it, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe people see this very differently. And but in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong. I need to do further analysis. But just my feeling right now is that Galadriel might be, because so many versions of her exist, is a little bit less connected to the First Age than Elrond is. Like, if you look through the history of Elrond, you can see a lot of parallels to his ancestors, and how some parts and some things that happen in his life reflect certain aspects of the past, because Elrond was a character that is old and tied into the lore, while Galadriel is also tied to the old lore of the First Age and before. Well, no, before is wrong, because I don't want to start the calendar discussion again. So tied to the first age, including the years of the trees. She is a little bit more loose, and she at some point also leaves Beleriand and is basically out of the equation of it. So, like, I don't know how to explain it, but with Elrond was only born at the end of the first age. In the last, I don't know, 40 something, 50 something years of the first age, he's there. But Galadriel was there a big part of the first age. And then from this perspective, like when I talk about, or in the Elrond video, it makes then sense to talk about his ancestors, what they do. But for Galadriel, it also makes sense to mention her ancestor, but she as a character was actually there in the first age. So it feels then even more weird compared to the Elrond video to talk about other characters when Galadriel was actually there. So, like, I think her perspective in the first age is relatively limited in a very weird way. It's hard to explain. Like, if you think about it, of course, there is the story about her not, like, when Feanor wants to create the Silmarilli, these 3 legendary gems. Maybe I should also do some production stuff here. So the Silmarilli, I'm not even sure if I have a good... We could use the very nice... I really love this picture, by the way. It's one of my favorite ones. Let me just see if I can see it. Yeah, just here. We have production here. Just let me find the right creator here. So you can see something. It's one of my favorite images of Ted Nasmith. Fantastic. It shows the Nauglamir, and the big shining jewel there in the mid is, of course, a Silmaril. And yeah, about when Feanor wanted to create those, there's a story about him before this asking Galadriel for 3 hairs or a tress or 1. I'm not even sure how many it was. Would have to reread it. I think it's not in the Silmarillion, I think, though it's not mentioned there, but Tolkien definitely wrote the story at some point. And she refused due to Feanor. Yeah, she did not like Feanor too much, which is an interesting story. And this is later reflected when Gimli asks her for like a hair, and she gives her 3, which is pretty awesome in my opinion. It's a really fantastic story. Like, there's so much irony in this. I really love it. I love it. I really like those little details that Tolkien often puts into his stories. And yeah, I just I just have to laugh thinking about it. The dwarf, he gave 3. It's fantastic. And so this story, of course, I could mention, and I of course have in this context. I would have to explain in a video about Galadriel that she who Feanor is, what Feanor did. So parts of this I have to explain, but then I can switch to Galadriel's perspective, explain the different versions, and cover a lot. And then, yeah, in the second age, the biggest part is the early part, her potential having a fiefdom with her husband Celeborn in Lindon, but then her passes get very, very difficult to figure out where she went next. One would assume that she went to Eregion, and that is the most likely step that she does. And then at some point she also... There's a mention where she goes down to around the area where Dol Amros later is. So that it's really strange. Maybe I should open a map for people, so people know what I'm talking about. I hope the map loads. This is the old map version, I think. Yeah, that is the old version. I hope my mod is not angry at me that I use this version. I'm too lazy to switch it out right now. Yeah, you see the arrow. Ignore it for a moment. I just have it there. Let me see. You can't even see the place I'm talking about because it is somewhere down. I think it is somewhere here. So Dol Amros is here where the arrow now is. So down there, that is where Gondor later is. And I think not exactly there, but around this region. There was a city of the elves, of the Sindar elves, and in some versions, she lived there for some time. It's really strange. That was, I think, after the fall of, after leaving Eregion. But it's complicated, and just finding out where she goes, like, it's a very difficult thing to do, to just find out where characters are at a certain point. But yeah, it's pretty awesome. There are also some. Now I'm answering this question for a long time, but yeah, I would like also, you maybe hear by this that I already did some research on Galadriel, so she definitely is on my mind for a future video. I'm not sure when, but yeah, that's definitely put some research into Galadriel already. So I definitely want to do this. Error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain. Oh, that happens always when I use this map, because this map is like 20 megabytes big and my OBS says, dude, don't move around a 20 megabytes PNG file. I don't like that. I think that's the start. I hope the stream still works perfectly, but it should. Just YouTube complaining about it. No, excuse me. Drink something. I have to also to catch up now with some other stuff, right? I hope this answers the question for a long time. So I love the depths and details of the album. That was the question, right? Same format. Yeah, answered this. So Callisto Arcus. Dale Davis says, yes, I'm a GM for the Adventure in Middle-earth campaign for the Lawmaster, as it's called, or the Lawmaster as it's called. It's cool that they call it Lawmaster. I like that. Oh, that is awesome. Adventures in Middle-earth is in a 5th edition a conversion of Dungeons and Dragons to the Middle-earth setting. I did not use, I'm not sure if there's a thing, but in my pen and paper days that lay long in the past, sadly, to be honest, I also did like a one-shot for an evening as a game master. I used the Dungeons and Dragons systems and converted it, like, yeah, just removed the magic stuff and so on. And we did a little campaign in Middle-earth around Bree. That was also a lot of fun. Would like to do this again in the future. If you like Middle-earth role-playing, there is a new game called Against the Dark Master that is basically a modern rework of those rules. Oh, interesting. I appreciate you giving credit to the artists. Sometimes I watch other videos and I see some amazing artwork, but unfortunately they are not credited and I have no means finding them. Yeah, that is a huge problem. I'm not only crediting the artists, I also have contacted them and they have gave me permission to use this. And I only use artworks where I have the permission to use those artworks. And that's also a reason why some artworks I can't use. There want for some artists that, for example, did not give me permission at all, and I could of course use it, and they would probably never find out. But you can get into trouble by being a bit too lax with it, and I don't want to get into trouble. And so far, I have amazing artists like Ted Nasmith. Which is just mind-blowing that he allowed me. He's very generous with giving permission, though, but I think he appreciates when people ask. And also Kimberly 80, like, I was really, that was pretty huge. She was I think the first very big artist to give me permission. Then also Sara Morello from Italy, also, she has some really fantastic artwork. Like, talking about art, let me, I already showed you the Ted Nasmith artwork. Let me here prepare. I have Jenny Dolphin recently. She is new. Also pretty, she has a very also unique art style. As said in the video, I really like her Elros artwork. She also has some fantastic ones on all kinds of things. So the Sons of Feanor, she has covered. I really like her The Oath of Feanor artwork, which I also used in the Elrond video a lot. Let me see. Kimberly 80, I mean, yeah, she is above She just the talent of her is just so impressive to me. It's just mind blowing. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder here. That is unusual. It's probably faster to do it like this. There she is. Huh? Oh. I did a terrible mistake here. I have to now. Is it I have now to correct? How did I mess up so badly? That is unfortunate. Wait a moment, chat. Sorry for this. Production in parallel is, by the way, also a very difficult thing to do. Not gonna lie. Like, a lot of clicking is going on here in the background. Yeah, you saw it already in the Elrond video. There it is. Yeah, it's also the correct artist. I really like that. She has some really cool. Last stream we talked about Glorfindel artwork. Let me see if I can find that really quick. Yeah, it instantly changed. Yeah, this is also pretty cool. I like it. Probably a first age Glorfindel, but I really like it too. Some people didn't like it because some say he looks a bit like a psychopath, but I can see what they mean. But he was to a lot of trouble in his life, and yeah, also I don't know, she has really good stuff. I think she also has a pretty awesome one with Arizel. Yeah, this one I also used in the video. I really like this one too. Pretty awesome stuff Sara Morello is doing. Sadly, I can't use all her artworks, only those that are not commissions. Same with Maiglin, also pretty awesome. Yeah, but then there are also some let's call them smaller artists that, like Sara Morello, Kimberly Atey, and Ted Nesmith and Jenny Dolphin have like a huge number of artworks that are related to Lord of the Rings, and like others like Laura Tolton or Nyati, they just have like a couple of them. Also Benef and so on. There's also Pete Macri. He last contacted me at some point and just said, "Hey dude, you can use my artwork." I said, "Okay, cool." He also has some pretty neat stuff. So shoutouts to all these people. Yeah, I don't understand who give credit by default. Yeah, sometimes you have to. I think if you just start making a YouTube and videos and so on, some people, often people are not really aware about copyright laws and how this affects how those work and so on. So there is a lot of confusion, and people think that's maybe fair use, or I can use it. I'm promoting their stuff in a way, or I don't know. Okay, of course, it's hard to promote someone if you don't give credits. But I don't know. I feel like if you look at this picture, I'm not an artist. I can't estimate how long it took her to make this one. But I would assume it's quite a bit of work making one of those artworks, and as a result, I feel like a bit responsible for crediting the persons who made this. It's just a way of respecting their work and especially asking them. I mean, I have not explicit permission to use, for example, the screenshots that are often used from Lord of the Rings. That is like a little gray area, which I could say, yeah, it's fair use what I'm doing, but on a way, of course, also credit that are using the films, and the films are widely known, and in a way, the films won't get forgotten that easily when I use those works, even though we maybe have noticed I try to use them a bit less in my videos now that I have all those fantastic artworks available. And back in the past, I just had to try find a way around this. But yeah, it's pretty it's pretty interesting in my opinion that you see a lot of artworks, but sometimes I know that, for example, a creator has definitely not asked the person behind it, because I know the person simply does not allow their artworks on YouTube. And that can get you into trouble if they find out, because of course it's their work. They have the copyright. If you don't have permission to use it, then they can strike your video, and that's rightfully thing to do. And this, of course, as a creator, you don't want. So you definitely have to look out for this. But I still think a lot of people don't do this because they are, I don't know, there's no evil intent behind it. Just they don't know or don't think too much about it, especially if you're new to YouTube, etc. People are different. Like, I'm a person, okay, am I allowed to use this even? And I try to do some research then on that, and some people just do what they think is right, and sometimes they might be wrong there. But yeah, I won't judge them for that, if that makes any sense. Let me just see if I find a different artwork. I think I also use this for the thumbnail. That's also a thing where I'm not 100% sure if that's a smart idea to do. Is using those images in thumbnails, but so far I don't want to say have gotten me into trouble, but yeah, sometimes you have to use some artworks. Like this artwork I also use for today's thumbnail of this VOD, or of this stream, and later VOD. It's also by Ted Nasmith. Pretty awesome. Shows the Emin Bereit, the Tower Hills, and one is the tower. I assume one of those three towers must be the Elostirion Tower, where one of the Palantiri is stored. And yeah, you see some people leaving. I assume there in the background you see I assume it's definitely Mithlond and Lindon, and these might be elves leaving at the end of the Third Age. So I found this was a very fitting picture for today's stream. I certainly understand the work involved at that scale, and I appreciate the effort and care you've taken with these beloved characters. Your love from them comes through. That's awesome. It's always nice to hear that. Like, I started as still doing videos because I like the topic and I like talking about this, and I feel like over the years that I'm doing it, I'm also good at it. And if you like something, you feel you're good at it, it is of course fun doing it, even though it can be unfun if you overdo it, if that makes any sense. But yeah, and yeah, very nice to hear. And I really appreciate all the positive feedback on the video and comments where people say that my passion comes through, that people appreciate the amount of work I put in, because sometimes like work on videos is sometimes really hard to not appreciate, but to understand what is behind it, especially if you go into a certain amount of depth in a video, if that makes any sense. Like, just for me, for example, I don't have a good example right now out of my head, but let's say I have an example out of my head. Maybe somebody in chat knows the exact answer to this, and I discussed this on my Discord too, with Kierdan might remember. Sometimes I post, like, I have a channel for source finding, and there was an instance, I'm not sure which video it was, it's some time ago, and I remembered that I read somewhere that the black clothes or the cape of the Nazgul had spells on them that, I don't know, did something. I remembered reading this somewhere, but I could not find it. And this is then the worst case scenario. If you remember something, but you can't find it. Because that means I have to go through literally every book I possess or I know of and I pretty much have, I think, all Tolkien books except, or I have access to all Tolkien books, let's say it this way. I don't own a copy of The Road Goes Ever On. I think they're quite expensive to get. But I still have, let's say, access to the contents over some ways. And but I own all the other books. Every book you can buy, I own. Some stuff simply isn't printed anymore. That's then the problem. But even though, for example, I also have a physical version of the first edition of The Hobbit 2, by the way. It was reprinted, though it's a reprinted one. Pretty awesome version too, my opinion. And now I have to go through every book and find this sentence. And then I don't find it. And then maybe I ask on Discord if somebody knows if there is a source that I might have overlooked. And that means like Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, The Silmarillion, The Unfinished Tales, The Letters, then 12 History of Middle-earth books, maybe The Road Goes Ever On, as mentioned. Now we have The Nature of Middle-earth on top of this, and I don't know what I forgot. But that's, as you can imagine, a lot. Quite a lot. And then you literally search for an hour for this, and you have one sentence in your script. Like it says, I heard that the mantles or the clothes of the Nazgul the capes have magic powers, but I couldn't find a source for it. That's the work of like an hour or more. And as a result, this becomes a bit slow then. And sometimes you know everything. You only know, okay, that's only in the Silmarillion, there's all the information. I read the chapter, I have to summarize it a little bit and just write it down. Easy. But some other stuff take like a lot more work. And it's really, I wouldn't say problematic, but probably people understand then when you go into a lot of detail and want to know the sources of the details. Like I could just claim that the capes of the Nazgul have magic powers without giving you a source. But over time I came to the point where I said that is not enough for me anymore. If I claim something, I want to at least be able to say where people can find this claim and analyze this further. This is like the development from, I don't do this that much in my, for example, Sauron video or not really in my Aragorn video, but in the Círdan video I started with it, and now in the this year and last year I really started working closer to the books. It was like a thing I really wanted to do, being close to the book, giving the sources, read a lot of passages that basically prove my point that I'm currently making, so people know I don't make stuff up. And I think that's an approach I want to continue further, but of course it takes a lot of time sometimes. And even though I know the books well by now and know where to find stuff, of course I don't know everything out of my head. And like the Shadowfax is a very good example. I read something about it. I know, didn't he go to Valinor? Yes, I think he did. And then I checked the books, The Lord of the Rings, and it says, it's out of The Lord of the Rings, it's not clear that he did. But then in the letters, I forgot about the letter 268, it is for people wondering, if I remembered the number correctly. Shoutouts to Círdan for posting it. And there Tolkien says, maybe he went to Valinor. I have this in mind, even though it's not mentioned, and it's up to people's own interpretation. This is a very interesting quote that Tolkien says this, so that maybe sometimes you don't have to take everything by word, but of course, it's for me, being in the internet, publishing a video that is watched by thousands of people, in a best case scenario, at least on my channel, and it's of course true for other channels too. When you claim something, it becomes in a public space like this, and you are wrong. I wouldn't say it can get you into trouble, but people might call you out for it or get the impression, okay, he doesn't. I really like people sometimes overreact to mistakes. Like if somebody remembers something wrong, which happens easily, that you just remember something. You read something somewhere, heard something, I don't know, and you just remember it wrong, and you're just 100% sure it's true, and you write it into your video and publish it, and people says, oh, he has never read the books or whatever. It's just, I unfortunate when that happens. But in my opinion, it is it happens easily, and it's very difficult to avoid. And avoiding it takes a lot of time and a lot of research and a lot of double checking. And yeah, that's why sometimes making videos for me takes so long, especially long videos also have a lot of opportunities for mistakes. And yeah, there's always in the description a mistake section. If somebody in the comments says, hey, wasn't it like this? Maybe you remembered that wrong or something, it's totally fine. And I just write it in the mistake section and maybe hope that people find it. What I of course don't like is when people get very unfriendly when they hint at it, or I don't know. It's very, like, mistakes happen easily, or I forgot something. Like, I don't know, there was also an interesting hint that I got. I forgot what it was about, though. It was in the Hobbit video, about the origin of the Hobbits, and let me think. Yeah, there was a theory discussed with some user. I forgot the name of the user, but it was very interesting. I forgot about this passage, even though I think I quoted from the same chapter, but I forgot about this. It's just a half sentence where it's mentioned that some of the early men left Beleriand, I think after the Nirnais Arnödiad, so the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. They left Beleriand and went over the Blue Mountains, so back maybe to Eriador. And Eriador, it's very hard to say. the stress is really strange on this word. And I forgot about this, and he has a theory that maybe these could be also tied to the origin of the Hobbits, which is an interesting idea. When the Hobbits existed in the early, in the late First Age, then yeah, this might be possible. Of course, it's just, I mean, it is a little hint that is never explained further in the future, and of course those give you some base for speculation, and it's a valid theory. But I totally forgot that this passage existed, and it's not a mistake now in this case. But if I would have claimed that this would be impossible, then it would be a mistake, and I would put it in the section. And I appreciate when people have hints, as long as they write them friendly and so on. Then it's also always awesome to have this, and I learn too by this. Every time I research a video, I learn things I did not know or did not notice before. It's very often the case. But yeah, let's maybe move on. There were like several questions already. So yeah, much appreciated. They were unfriends forever. Love that phrase. I never liked the snarky answer to Melian. I think that's still related to Galadriel. Yeah, but I call it always sassy Galadriel. I think it's kind of funny. Like, I don't know, it makes, it's so interesting that she said this to. Maybe I can read it in a moment. Let me just give credit. I'm wrong again. Credit to Kimberly 80. She has really a cool she has really a cool artwork of Galadriel. I hope I find the right one though. Is this the right one? I think it is. Yeah. So yeah, sassy Galadriel in the First Age. Let me see if I can find my Silmarillion quick enough. So yeah, there was before King Thingol of in the First Age knew about the first kinslaying, but she had a suspicion, and there were rumors. Tolkien, I think, discusses how those rumors developed in the nature of Middle-earth. I think there was like a mention somewhere, which I found very interesting. But maybe I'm wrong. It was in the history of Middle-earth, but I think it was in the nature of Middle-earth. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Let me see. Then Galadriel spoke to Melian of the Silmarils and of the slaying of King Finwë at Forminos. But still, she said no word of the oath, nor of the kinslaying, nor of the burning of the ships at Losgard. But Melian said, now much you tell me, and yet more I perceive. A darkness you would cast over the long road from Tirion, but I see evil there, which Thingol should learn for his guidance. Maybe, said Galadriel, but not of me. It's kind of sassy in my opinion. Maybe it's just my interpretation, but that is the passage meant here. And it's, I don't know. It's a very, very sassy Galadriel answer, which is unusual for her. But I don't know. I imagine her being like, still, maybe it's not an excuse if you're multiple thousands, several thousand years old already, that she is still young at that point, but in a way for an elf, I'm not sure, but it's interesting. But still, it must be said that Galadriel is a character that had a lot of development over time. Like, Tolkien kept buffing her, you could say. She became like more powerful and more wise over time, and so on. Maybe in very early versions she was far less, which is very, very interesting to me. But still a very fascinating and interesting character. I like her a lot. And sometimes it's the same with the sons of Feanor. They are very evil elves and bad people, but they are cool characters because they add so much to the lore. They are, I don't know. Like if you look at Maglor and Maedhros, in the end you feel a bit sorry for them too, and that is fascinating in my opinion. That characters that are so evil, I wouldn't say I understand why they are so insane in a way, but also they make things interesting, and they are different. Sometimes people say a bit that Tolkien is very black and white and so on, but it's not that easy with those characters. Like, they have this oath and it torments them. Like, Tolkien literally writes, it's tormenting them not going after this oath, and they know it's wrong, and then they do a lot of things wrong, and the kinslayings, but they also feel guilty for it, and it torments them further. And then they suddenly are so deep into this that they can't say, okay, we have killed so many people and done so many wrongs here. We can, if we now just stop here, then all the wrongs we did were for nothing, basically. So they're also kind of trapped in their situation. You can kind of understand them, even though they are terrible people. But it's, I don't know. It's really, they're really interesting characters. Let's put it that way. That add a lot to the lore, if that makes any sense. Who's your favorite out of the Valar? That is an interesting question. I have to think about this for a moment. Favorite Valar? I have to say I really like Ulmo. That is the Valar of the Lord of Waters, the Valar of the Sea, because especially in the First Age, he's so close to men and he intervenes and so on. Same a bit with Orome, who also met the first elves and so on. And yeah, they're, in my opinion, really interesting characters. And Ulmo is also with men and elves, so he covers both, while Orome is more with, I guess, more with the elves. That is the huntsman of the Valar. He's pretty cool. Of course, Manwë is very interesting. I also really like Namo, so Mandos, as he is often called. Mandos is a place, and Namo is his actual name, but he often is called after the place he dwells in, which is Mandos and the halls of Mandos. Yeah, he's also very interesting, in my opinion. Like, I also like Nienna, and yeah, I don't know. It's a really interesting Valar, in my opinion. Varda's also pretty awesome. Yeah, Vanna is a very interesting Valar because she's married to to Aule, and yeah, Vanna is the Valar of nature, and Aule is the Valar of smithing. So you could say they are complete opposite, but are very interesting that they form a couple. And there's very interesting stories about them. It's really hard to say which is my favorite. If I have to pick right now out without too much thinking, I would say maybe Ulmo. But it's really hard to say. There are a lot of interesting Valar available. I mean, also Melkor is, of course, was once one of the Valar, and he makes also the dissonance. And in a story, I think, if you want to tell a story, you need a conflict, and he gives the conflict to it. So in a way, he's also a very interesting Valar. I wouldn't say it's probably my favorite, because he also does very terrible things, but still he makes the stories, and he makes things interesting, if that makes sense. Are there any illustrations or depictions of Erebor's interior? I was always interested in how that place could look. I think we only have the films that show a bit of the interior. I'm not sure if Ted Nasmith has made illustrations. Let me see if I can find something really quick. Goblin Gate. Not really. There's a picture with a conversation of Smaug and him hoarding everything, the heart of the mountain. Oh, that is an interesting one. Yeah, I guess the films is the closest you can get. I'm not. Maybe there are. I'm not aware of. From the artists I have permission to, it seems like there's nothing about Erebor's interior, but there could be. But I'm not sure. I also think there are not that many descriptions for the interiors of Erebor, to be honest. So let me see. Wait a moment. Sorry, I'm back. What age was Tauriel the elf from? She's my favorite character in the whole series. Tauriel is a character, to my knowledge, that was invented by the writers for the Hobbit films. I think she's, to my knowledge, not really mentioned in the books. Maybe there is an inspiration for her somewhere in the books, but I'm not aware of. Maybe somebody knows in chat if there's like a character in the maybe even in the first age, in the Silmarillion or so, that is loosely based on which loosely based Tauriel is, or something like that. But I'm not aware of. She but yeah, in the books, of course, because she, in the films that play in the Third Age, so she is officially an elf from the Third Age. When she was born, she was a Sylvan elf, I assume, and unusual is that she has red hair, which is it's not unheard of, I think. But for example, there is what was her name? Let me just make a blind guess if that's the name I was thinking of. Yes, Nerdanel. I think I have. And her father was Machtan, and he is one of the few elves who had a beard, and he had like a his beard was described as I don't know, as copper, I think, something like this. So that is very unusual. So it's not unheard of, but I'm not sure. There's another elf that also had red hair that is related to Machtan. That is so Nerdanel is the wife of Feanor. If people wonder, maybe I can find If you are lucky, I have the image here somewhere, so I can show you an image of Jenny Dolphin. I think she drew her somewhere, if you are interested. I don't have a picture of Machtan, though. Her father. But that is Maithros. Maithros is also known, I think, for his red hair. Very interesting. He had no beard, though, to my knowledge. Oh, I just did something wrong here. Just have to fix something. Oh, interesting. Wait, I have to double check now. That is by Jenny Dolphin, but I don't have the image in my archive. So I just have to edit really quick. Just not ideal doing this here on the fly. Huh? Oh, I didn't know that. So also Sara Morello did also an artwork of her. I did not know that. So maybe we take that one. I like that one too, to be honest. I just have to change now to the right artist here. One moment. So that is the wife of Feanor, Nerdanel. Maybe I can show you the one of Jenny Dolphin too. And yeah, she was known for red hair, and I assume her son Maithros had red hair due to this too. This is the version of Jenny Dolphin. Pretty awesome. A bit small though. Maybe I find a bigger version of it. Interesting. And so that is kind of unusual. So the problem is she is a Sylvan elf, and Nerdanel and Feanor are Noldor. So a relationship can be excluded here. I think it's just the point that in theory there are maybe a few elves also having red hair for whatever reason. It is possible, but in my mind I can't make up like a story that is connected to the family tree of Feanor from that. So I don't think this is like a reference. It's just an interesting fact that there are some elves with red hair, and she seems to be one of those. Not sure if this answers the question. Sorry if it's off topic. It's not off topic, so no problem. I think that you have permission from so many artists because you ask, because you give them credit. Yeah, that's true. I always write, I give you credit. I shout out if I use my requests usually. Like there's a certain system. Like if I use a certain amount of time your artwork, I give you also a verbal shout out at the beginning of the videos, and so on. I just want to make sure that people know where to find the artwork, and I take the time to appreciate giving me permission, and also credit the artist so people exactly know where to find everything. And like I said here, this one of Sara Morello is also pretty awesome. And Sara Morello, I also have some older works of her available that I can use. And just look at her gallery. Maybe I can post it here really quick. Even though you see the link on screen, but you can't, of course, click on it. Let me see if you'll go through her gallery. Let me just post it here. If you go through her gallery, you definitely see also how she as an artist developed over time. I find this really interesting. If you look at her very early works and look then later, now here, I was also surprised that she has a picture, even though it's a very sad moment, of the wife of Turgon. Elenwe, I think is the name, right? Oh, it's so hard to remember all those L's. Sometimes you have no idea. Am I right? Is it Elenwe? Yes, it's Elenwe. Nice. I mentioned her in the Elrond video too, but I wrote it I don't know, a few months ago, so it's a bit out of my mind again. Yeah, if you look at the early drawings and look at her later ones, Like, I don't know. Oh, she did. Is this a commission? It must be, right? It's not a commission, I think. Chat. That's a pretty awesome. I think it's not a commission. I have to always to double check if it's commission. I can't use her commission work. That is our agreement here. But yeah, she just recently uploaded one about Arwen and Galadriel. I think it's pretty awesome in my opinion. Just have to save it. Is this a commission? Oh, that's also an interesting one. It doesn't look like a commission too. It's about Fingon. And wait. No, it is a commission, okay. It doesn't says who gave the commission. The other one doesn't seem like a commission. Maybe I have to ask her, I'm not sure. Pretty awesome stuff though. And yeah, she's really good at what she's doing. And that's a very different style compared to, for example, Kimberly 80. She also draws characters of other franchises here and there. And if you want artwork or so, you can contact her. And like I said, she does commissions. And I think not all the artists I have here do commissions though, but she does definitely. Pretty awesome. With Tolkien, we are lucky that a lot of artwork is going to become publicly usable due to how old the books are. Copyright only lasts about 100 years if fully extended. Oh, that's a complicated topic. The artworks depend on, or do you mean the Tolkien artworks that Tolkien drew himself? This is true, but for example, this artwork is of course in Europe, for example, in the US, most parts of the world, life of the creator plus 70 years, which is ridiculous in my opinion. Like, I have nothing against protecting an artwork for, let's say, lifetime of the author or of the creator, or maybe at least 40 or 50 years or something like this. But just think about it. Somebody draws a picture when he was 20 and he becomes, let's say in the extreme case, 100 years old. So it's 80 years plus 70, it's 150 years. Why does an artwork or a book or whatever needs to be protected for 150 years? That makes no sense in no universe I know of. It's just ridiculous. And it is like, yeah, it in my opinion, it is actually a problem that things don't become public domain. But yeah, like a new artwork like this one here would be protected for a really long time. Let me just see if I can show you the other artwork. We talked about Nerdanel because she had red hair. Just for people curious or tuning in late. Did I copy it already? Probably not. No, I did not, because I'm a very forgettable person. But as I said, it's difficult to make comment everything and do, I don't know, managing your files in the background at the same time. It's not easy. I'm not good at multitasking, I have to admit. So there's definitely that. But yeah, this artwork also looks pretty neat, doesn't it? I think pretty awesome. It's Arwen and Galadriel by Sara Morello. Pretty awesome. It's not a commission as far as I know. If it is a commission, I'm sorry. But it doesn't say commission there. The other one of Fingon and what is the name of Fingon's girlfriend? I think it's Amarie or something like this, right? Or am I mistaken? Let me double check. No. Must be wrong. Is it not? No, Amarie is the loved one of Finrod, not of Fingon. Is Fingon also has... No, I think I'm mixing them up. Siblings, none. Hard to say. If somebody knows, write it in chat. I don't know. I can't remember if Fingon has also a loved one in Aman. Like the story with Finrod and Amarie is that Amarie is a Vanyar elf, and she was not permitted to leave Aman to go with the Noldor to Middle Earth. That is why she's not with Finrod. And Finrod is alone. And I think there is a mention also that they lived together after Finrod's death, so he is re-embodied in Aman. That is implied by that, which is also kind of an interesting detail here. But let me go back to chat. Really appreciate the work you do. Thank you. Also said hello, I think, just a long time ago. Let me just see. I get the names confused. Fingol, Glorfindel, and so on. Yeah. There's a lot. Yeah, exactly. The cause of the copyright extension is Disney fighting for Mickey Mouse. Exactly. There's like a table or a chart of it that is tied to when Mickey Mouse would become public domain, and how the isn't it called like Mickey Mouse Index or something like that? That's a weird name for it. I forgot what it was called, but it's oh, sorry, it's match time. Gotta go. Good luck. Probably you are not here anymore. Have a good one. Happy Kitty, nice that you were here. Let me just go. So okay, so it was said Tauriel apparently was made up for the Hobbit films. That's all. That is definitely true. She's not in the book. Tolkien did not create her. I'm not sure though if she is inspired by something. If there's so I'm not sure if there's like an inspiration for Ulmo Best, says Kieran. I agree on that too. Sorry for catching up a bit slowly. I still have scrolled up all the way, so I'm a bit behind. But yeah, like I said, I'm not sure if there's an inspiration for her somewhere in the book. Of course, a Sylvan Elf could exist, so I have also no problem adding a Sylvan Elf to it. My review, maybe I should at some point do a review for The Hobbit or something, I'm not sure. It's a complicated story. I like some stuff they did, and I don't mind adding like a character. Like, it makes sense that there's, of course, like a captain for the guard of the king of Thranduil's realm. And of course, it can be Tauriel. She can be called Tauriel or whatever. It's not the problem. But if you have so many characters like in The Hobbit with all the dwarves plus Bilbo plus Gandalf, I don't know, that are 15 characters or so alone, and it is, they're then adding characters that were not in the books and giving them screen time instead of giving screen time to the characters that are in the book. That, in my opinion, is a bit unfortunate. But yeah, that's also a different story, I guess. The in-depth dives into the text is what keep coming back to your videos. Thank you, much appreciate. Happy that you enjoy this. How did Sauron still command the Nazgul after Frodo claimed the ring? That's an interesting question. Well, Frodo does not control the One Ring. Like, there's an interesting quote of Saruman. I'm not sure where it is, and then it makes it difficult to find right now. I would say it's in the Hunt for the Ring. Let's make a guess here. Maybe I can find it really quickly. I can read it to you. It's an interesting quote if in this context to answer this question, in my opinion. Let me see if I find it in the Unfinished Tales really quick. It should be in the Hunt for the Ring. And it should be called, let me see. I don't remember how Saruman phrases it. Okay, mistakes have been done here. No. No, that doesn't seem right. That's already notes. Notes is too far. Sadly, I'm not sure where it's written. Else I have to summarize it to you if I can't find it. Okay, I have one more chance to find it quick. I found it. It's really a fantastic quote of Saruman. So, the situation is this. The Nazgul, Sauron sends the Nazgul out of Mordor to find the One Ring. The Nazgul are a bit problematic as servants, as explained in many other videos, because of their aura of terror. So if they ride out, people know, or the wise will notice at some point, that there are Nazgul riding out searching something. Because they are very bad at hiding their presence. So that is why they are cloaked and have a cape on. So their aura is diminished and they can ride without and maybe even deal and ask normal beings and even get an answer. We had this discussion somewhere. I'm not sure if it was last stream or it was only on Discord, where it was about, I think it was on Discord, where we tried to find out if the rider, it was both, I forgot. If the rider that went to Erebor and asked for Bilbo was a Nazgul or not. There was a discussion, I think it was on Discord. I forgot. And yeah, whatever. Let's not skip. So they wrote out, they were not ideal for the job, but it was the best option Sauron had. And yeah, the answer of the question, why did not Frodo control the Nazgul, lies here. I will read it in a moment. And they searched everywhere, and they also went to Saruman at some point. You can find it in the Hunt for the Ring. I can't tell the page right now. It's 240 on this version. There's another version where the page is different, where it should be round about 320 or something like this. I don't know. Whatever. Let me just read the quote for you. So they went to Isengard and wanted to talk to Saruman. And then the voice of Saruman, they were at the gate of Isengard. Saruman did not let them in, or the guards did not let them in. And then at the gate, the voice of Saruman manifested, like somewhat you could maybe say magically. And of course, Saruman was known for his voice. And he said, I sadly just imagine this would be read by Christopher Lee, which is really still a loss for not having him here anymore. Really sad. But just imagine he would read it. I sadly can't read like he can. So, yeah, they were at the gates and said, and he said to them, "It is not a land that you look for," it said, the voice. "I know what you seek, though you do not name it. I have it not, as surely its servants perceive without telling. For if I had it, then you would bow before me and call me Lord." And this is the answer to this. Saruman, at least in his mind, could wield maybe the power of Sauron, maybe undo his will, and as a result, they would call him Lord then, because he could control then the Nazgul, at least in his mind. He could be wrong about it. Maybe he could not control Sauron's will, because the will and power was in this one ring, and the Nazgul were bound to the ring, and bound to the will of Sauron, and they had no will of their own. They could only fulfill what Sauron was doing there. But Frodo had not the power to overcome, to control this immense power, this ring. And this is, I guess, the best answer I can give you there. But it's a very, I just had to think about this quote in the book, in the Unfinished Tales, because it's just really, really, really cool passage in my opinion. Hunt for the Ring is a really cool passage. I can really recommend reading it. So I hope Monkismo, I think is your name. I hope I pronounced it correctly. I hope this answers your question, because he simply had not the power to do this. Oh, Thorin Oakenshield is in the chat. I know you get this a lot, but I love your pronunciations. Thank you, much appreciated. They also make things difficult, and I also get a lot that people hate it, like especially the trilled R's, but that's how Tolkien described it, so people maybe have to live with it. As you can see in the live situation, I also don't nail the pronunciations every time, so it makes things complicated in that regard, that I sometimes need multiple takes for a passage, especially if there are some words in it or names that I have not said yet. That sometimes takes a bit of, okay, how do I say this name? Where's the stress? A bit of thinking. Yeah, the ring contains Sauron's essence and his will, as it's described, and it didn't need to be in his possession to be under the control during Lord of the Rings. Exactly. So he still had the rings, and still the will of Sauron and the entity Sauron was still around, and they were not only bound to the ring and only he could control them through the ring, but that transform. That's a very good point that you make here. The essence of the Nazgul too was so under control of Sauron, so transformed and twisted, that he didn't even need the One Ring anymore to control the Nazgul. They just were his servants, and they were under his will. And the ring was just an extension, you could say, of his will, or not in parts maybe a separate entity, not really. It was part of himself, just at a different place, if that makes sense, but it was still Sauron that was his ring too. It's difficult to explain. I also want to make a video about this at some point, to be honest. Exactly. Andrew Böhmer writes, Frodo did not have the willpower to use the ring as Sauron did, so even though he possessed it, he was not able to make use of all its power. Exactly. Just notice that the question was like a long time ago. We have to skip a bit forward to just catch up with chat a bit. I don't understand why people give the Valar such a hard time. Don't they understand free will and choice making and the consequences of these choices? I love the Valar, all of them. Yes, of course. Probably often it's asked, why didn't the Valar intervene? Why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? And yeah, this is of course a thing. It's also like a very complex problem with the Valar, because if another Valar that is just far more powerful than the human beings goes to Middle-earth and enslaves others and forces their will on them, and they have no chance, then who else should stop that entity if not the Valar? So they have to intervene in some way, but they have to find a balance or the right things to do. So there's a lot to it. What happened to the Ents after the Lord of the Rings? That's a good question, to be honest. I don't have a good answer, though. I would say they are just around and maybe become trees. I'm not sure what happens to the they melt with mythology and will be forgotten at some point. I think that is the truth about, or that is the what do you call it, the fate of the Ents at some point, I guess. They're already very mythological beings, and I think this just becomes more intensified, and they will now become mythological beings of the past, if that makes sense, slowly to be forgotten. Maybe, even though it sounds a bit sad, I think. But sadly, I don't have a really good answer for this, to be honest. But it's a good question. Like I said, Fourth Age and beyond, there's not that much that is mentioned. Or there's not much material. What do you feel kept technology advancing in Middle-earth? After thousands of years, should they not have developed a higher level of technology? That's difficult to say. If you think about mankind itself, like if we go back, I don't know the exact date, but let's say 5,000 years roundabout, maybe 6,000 years. I'm not sure when the first pyramids were built, but if we think of a very advanced culture of the past, we probably think of Egypt. Maybe there are some others, but Egypt definitely comes to mind, and they have, I don't know, if you see one of the pyramids, you think, how did they build this like thousands of years ago? It's just astonishing. There were even these theories that aliens came, that the Stargate always used a bit this somewhat fictional, or whatever you want to call it, theory, because it's almost unbelievable that they could do this thousands of years ago already. And it's a bit similar, I guess, in a way. So if we go even a bit further into the past, we also know that maybe there were some very early settlements and cities and so on. It just took such a long time to do everything. I guess it depends on the world and what happens in it. If you have like not a stable world, if you not have like people forming bigger cities and settlements and so on, you need a gathering place, and you need an infrastructure for knowledge to grow. Sometimes people underestimate, I think, the effort that is needed for developing knowledge, for a civilization to advance. You need security. You need the basic need of food and water and other things, security. And especially education needs to be fulfilled for this to grow for a very long time. And only when then at a certain point, especially like, just imagine you have a very good idea, but you can't write it down because you can't write, or there's no writing system, or writing on paper. Paper's just unbelievable expensive because it's so rare. And suddenly things become... If it's not widely accessible, it becomes very difficult to explain the next generation of people what you learned and what you know. And this is very, very important. And in Tolkien's world, you see that except for the elves, there are not that many writing systems, for example, known. We know, for example, the elves had writing systems, and they were highly advanced, but the elves were also different compared to humans. They don't have the urge to be very fast with everything. They want to live like some of them want to live in a very close balance with nature, and they are happy with what they have, and they have all the time in the world because they are immortal, they don't get sick, and so on. And as a result, I don't know, their advancements may be slow, even though they have at least the writing and can write things down and teach their next generations. The dwarves adapted one of the dwarf runes was originally also an elven writing system, Kirth, I think it was called, and they found it was very handy to basically what do you call it, to write on stone. Like, I'm not sure what the correct verb for it is, but you know what I mean, like with a hammer and this thing, which I don't know what the name of. I guess in German would say Meißeln or something like this. And you then they adopted this. You could also carve maybe is a good word for it. So carve it into stone and wood, and therefore it was good. That's why the dwarves adopted this system, and this helps, of course, especially if you don't live forever. it helps having a system like this in place. But if you go to the humans, only those advanced a lot among the humans who adapted the system of the elves. And then if you now look at this, we only have Numenor who did this. And Numenor was destroyed at some point. And they had basically to, only a few ships escaped. And of course there were settlements on top of those few ships. But the main civilization just vanished with the fall of Numenor. And few ships escaped. And then they had to start anew, build new kingdoms again. Same after the First Age, after Beleriand was destroyed. All the elves and men in the established kingdoms, they were all destroyed, were gone. They had to start it again from scratch, build this infrastructure. And then if you think about it, a few thousand years then is not enough to get to this very high advanced tech level that we might have. And I think it's also was not the intention of Tolkien. Though Tolkien, maybe you've seen my video about Lord of the Rings and technology, I think I called it. And there I discuss a little bit that in early drafts, the Numenorians were so advanced that they had airships and ships with motors and rifles and so on. But Tolkien thought, okay, that's maybe a bit too advanced for my world, so he toned it down a bit, but they still were pretty advanced. And just having better equipment and so on, there's still huge differences in small details, and it takes a long time to get to the point where we are, where just imagine the magic. What magic must this be? I can now talk to you and show you some pictures, and we can all do this live with just a little bit, with a few seconds delay and so on, and you could sit on the other side of the earth and I sit here in Central Europe. Some people could sit in Australia or in other countries, and how much technology, knowledge, research, and engineer and craft of engineering went into this concept that we are doing right now, like thousands of years. It's just we came a long way to get to this point, and now we have an infrastructure with the internet, exchanging, not only writing down information, but exchanging it over a planet in a matter of seconds. Like huge amounts of data. That's just insane if you think about it. And this, of course, accelerates how we develop and so on. Our technology and our knowledge is consistently multiplied in short amount of time. So it's a really fascinating thing, but that might explain why they are not. I think it's not that unrealistic that you need like thousands of years to come to this point. And I know humanity is like, I don't know, according to science, 200 to 120,000 years or something, when the Homo sapiens, however it's pronounced in English, came to be basically, or developed. It's not that long ago if you think about it, right? And only in the biggest advancement in technology and knowledge was in the last few hundred years. Like, the jumps we made in this time were just insane. But of course, that was due, as mentioned, the infrastructure being there and so on, driving the advancement and so on, and some other developments. It's really fascinating. Do you think? Oh, that's an interesting one. Tolkien's change to Valarius, we learn in Nature of Middle-earth, cause any contradictions in the law as we know it? Yes, I think I wouldn't call it contradictions, maybe a hard word, but I think it causes problems. So on one side, it solves a few problems if you do this, because suddenly you have much more time for development. Everything becomes slower, and also Tolkien's idea of life cycles of the elves works far better with this date. However, just the imagination, like crossing Helcaraxe. So this, wait, I have a picture for this which I could show you. Crossing Helcaraxe took I don't know, 3 Valiant years. So for people not knowing what I'm talking about, let me just drink something really quick. for people not knowing about yeah, that's the right picture. For people not knowing what I'm talking about, so the first age has usually I pretend it's not like this, but in the books it is actually like this. That the first age starts with the elder days start with the creation, not the creation of the trees, with the awakening of the elves. The elves awoke in the years of the trees. And this was before in the mythology Sun and Moon were created. There's a round world version. We don't talk about this right now. Let's ignore this for a moment, or completely. And in this round world, in this version, Sun and Moon did not exist. As a result, there were no solar years. As you're probably aware, a year is the time that the Earth needs to circle around the Sun one time, basically. And when Sun and Moon are not in place, then of course it's difficult to define a solar year. So in a time where Sun and Moon is not there, you have a different time calculation, and these years are called Valian years. And a Valian year is according to, depending on the version you look at it, if you convert it to solar years, either 10 years or 9.582 years, or in the latest versions of Tolkien, it's 144 years. And this is a huge gap, like from round about 10 years to 144 years. That's a factor 14.5, 14.4. Can't talk anymore. And that's quite huge. So as a result, if you look at some dates that we know from the History of Middle-earth book, for example, the War of the Jewels, where we have a little timeline, the so-called the Grey Annals, or the Grey Annals in Morgoth's Ring also has sometimes, but it was, I'm pretty sure it's in the Jewels, the War of the Jewels book. It is book 11, I think, yeah. And in those we learn, for example, that this, what you see here currently, that's the crossing of a place called, a very cold place called Helcaraxe. It is basically, do I have a good map for this? No, I don't have a map available for you right now. Yeah, whatever. Basically, that Middle Earth and Aman, two continents. Aman is the west continent, and then east of it is somewhere Middle Earth as continent, and the north of those continents is connected over a frozen passage that is called Helcaraxe, as you can see here on the screen that shows how the elves crosses. Some elves had to get to Middle Earth from Aman. They had to go there or by ship. And yeah, it's a complicated story with a ship. See the Elrond video where I explain this a bit more detail, or the History of Middle Earth, the History of the Elves video. And as said, you cross it. However, this crossing takes 3 Valian years. So in the other version, that is 30 years. The passage, we don't know how big it is. It's for sure, but in my opinion, 30 years. Maybe it's also 5 Valian years, but I think it's 3, by the way. If somebody knows it better than me, please feel free to correct me. So 30 years is plausible, in my opinion. But now we have not 30 years, but 433 years that roundabout that it takes to cross. So 433 solar years that it takes to cross this passage. And this is a bit excessive, considering that elves died walking over this frozen wasteland. And it's not a place where they want to dwell or where they want to be. So my imagination, of course, they don't try to haste over it, because in a dangerous territory, it's of course not smart to be faster than you need to be. But on the other side, you also don't want to be faster as fast as possible, so that you put yourself into danger, but you also don't want to be as slow as possible. So it makes no sense that they need over 400 solar years to cross it. So I'm sorry, I had to sneeze. it is, it makes no sense that it it takes this long. It's simply very weird in my opinion. And they're not in my opinion, not that many problematic passages that maybe needs to be a bit faster than 3 Valiant years. There's also like from the first kinslaying in Alqualonde up to roundabout where Helcaraxes starts. There's another region in the north of it that I forgot also the name. It also starts with an A. Amaren or something like this it is called, but I don't know right now. This takes 5 Valiant years if I'm not mistaken, and this also is like 5 Valiant years. That is like, let me calculate this really quick. That is I think 720 years, right? Yeah, 720 years. That is quite a lot. What do they... I mean, they were banned after the kinslaying and leaving there. What are they doing all the time? What are they doing 720 solar years in there? It's not like that elf perceive time slower than normal, than, for example, men or anything. In my opinion, that seems a bit strange, and there is some contradiction. Well, this is not new, though. The mentioning of one Valiant year being 144 years was also mentioned in the History of Middle-earth books before, so it was not new. And this is also the latest idea of Tolkien. But in my opinion, it's not ideal, but yeah. I also had to think about what am I going to tell people in videos in the future. Like, am I going with the 144 years? But as said, it was known before, and I never went with 144 years before, because I think it does not fit. It's not ideal, in my opinion. So I will mention that there is in future videos, that is my stance currently, that there's also the version where one value needs 144 years, but I will still continue with the 9.582 or 10, round about 10 year version of it, which in my opinion fits better, even though I definitely see the benefit of this. It's not like that this change makes no sense at all. Like, there is, for example, if Tolkien considers, for example, the life cycles and so on and so forth, and how elves might perceive what a year is for an elf compared to a human and so on, and he, like, there's the, I know, some people, for example, calculate cat years into human years, if that makes any sense, or how many solar years are basically a year for a cat, just considering how old cats get, or for dogs and for their pets, basically. And Tolkien does something similar, so there's a factor for it, and he says, okay, if an elf lived this amount of time, it's like the elf is 27 or something like this for human. Something like this he does in Nature of Middle-earth, and it's very interesting to read that Tolkien put so much thought into this. The question is, did Tolkien intend this to be published ever, or was this just something, okay, I write this down here, so there is a system that is plausible for me as a writer when an elf, for example, when an elf couple has their first children born, and so on, so that this is somewhat consistent and makes sense? Or was it more like, okay, I will publish this at some point, explain in detail what it is? It's, in my opinion, that is not 100% clear here. As a result, I don't know. I have to say that I prefer the older system because it's easier to understand. It seems to make, in some details, still more sense. And but it's a complicated topic. The First Age and this having Valiant years, and then later after the destruction of the two trees of Valinor and the creation of Sun and Moon, then suddenly you have solar years and the date changed, and as a result I can't use the phrase First Age and then number, because it's not clear what I mean with it, because technically the years of the trees are also part of the First Age, to some degree at least. Also a complicated topic in my opinion, but yeah, whatever. Long answer for, it's a very complicated question. I think that some people might now consider 144 years, and that's totally fine. My opinion, though, it's not fully functional, if that makes sense. They slowly disappeared in the forests and were cut down due to population rising. This is normal event. Yeah, exactly. Basically. So let's see if I can catch up with chat now. But it was a long answer. It was a difficult question. I get also some names confused, like Fingolfin and Glorfindel and so on. Yeah. We talked about the copyright extension. I think Finger was the one with the unnamed wives. Yeah, that could be possible. Okay, Adventure in Middle-earth has 2 supplements. One is about the region around Erebor, and the other one is about the mountain itself and an adventure that takes place within and in the region. Oh, that's cool. Oh, Evelyn is also here. Nice to see you people. Hello, Chris, my favorite Tolkien YouTuber. Thank you, much appreciated. Christopher, what could be the reason that the sisters of Fingolfin and Finarfin are not expressively discussed in the Silmarillion? That's a good question. I think Tolkien didn't write much about them. That's basically it. I think there is outside. There's outside not much written about. So there is Findis and there is Irime, I think. Yeah, Irime is the name, I think. And so yeah, you know Feanor and the half brothers Fingolfin and Finarfin. Finarfin is the father of Galadriel, for people wondering. And yeah, they also have 2 sisters, but to my knowledge, there is not much about them written anywhere. Like even them being mentioned. I think one sister's only mentioned in Peoples of Middle-earth. Maybe I'm wrong. And yeah, I think both sisters are only mentioned in Peoples of Middle-earth, but I could be wrong. I don't know anything about them except their names, that they exist, and that they stayed in Amman, I think. That's basically all I know about them. So the reason is he probably had an idea for them but never completed it or never followed it further, or he just wanted to mention, Fingolfin and Finarfin also had sisters. And that's basically it. And he invented names for them but didn't do much more in this writing process, I guess. So I hope this answers the question here. Let me see. Did I also in case Christopher, you mean Christopher Tolkien or me? So my full name is Christian, by the way, not Christopher, just to avoid future confusion here. But I think my name is Christian is, in my opinion, a very long name. So even though in English it's okay, in German it feels a bit longer, if that makes any sense. Christian. It's okay, I guess. Fingolfin, we are not actually discussing this movie. No, it's not clearly covered. I hope this answers the question of the sisters. I hear a lot of people pronounce Earendil differently. Some say Erendil, or some say Durendil, or Yerendil. I know. Which do you prefer? Think is right. I think Earendil is right. The reason for this, maybe I can write it in chat. So Tolkien writes it in the books like this. And you see the A with the 2 dots above it. And this is called a tremor. A tremor is a sign that Tolkien uses to it's not an umlaut. You could say that maybe it's an umlaut. It's not. The 2 dots here basically hint at that the E and the A become not one vowel. Oh, Orinus Winters here. Speaking of people from far in the east, Australia. Hey, nice to see you. Doing well. But let's finish the thought here real quick. That the A and the E are two separate vowels in the pronunciation. So you have to say the E and then the A. They don't fuse to one vowel or to one syllable. It's two syllables, I should maybe say. E and A are two syllables here. So it must be E and then the A. So E-A Rendil. However you pronounce the rest. Then Tolkien also says that the E is pronounced like E. So E. And the A is pronounced A. So Ea. And the R is trilled. So R. And it's then, and the stress rule is that it is on the third last syllable, if there is a third last syllable, else it's the second last, or the first, basically. If it's just two syllables, it's the first. That's the point. Except when the last syllable, the second last syllable has, in this case, it has two consonants, ND in this case. The second last instead of the third, it's hard to explain. The third last, the second last is stressed instead of the third last. So in this case, it would make the stress on the E. So it's erendil. So the E, the second E is pronounced in this word, if I'm not totally mistaken here. And yeah, that is the reason why it's pronounced. You can read the pronunciation rules in Appendix E of The Lord of the Rings. There it is explained. Depending on your language, though, let's say you're also not like me, not a native English speaker, there is a problem that somebody had to translate this. And Tolkien doesn't describe it very scientifically here, but he says something like the A is pronounced like in father. Now you have to translate this into all kinds of languages where the word for father is pronounced and written in all kinds of ways. So this doesn't work, and this makes it very difficult to translate this section, and in some languages it seems like it's a bit confusingly worded and maybe not ideally translated. So maybe check the English version for a more complete picture, I guess. It's also just roundabout. But yeah, the correct pronunciation, in my opinion, is Earendil. I got your name correct, Law. No problem. No problem, man. I think I never said my full name. I have to admit. Okay, Evelyn just writes, just skipping down. Will you do a video on Andres, the mortal woman who fell in love with Aignor, Galadriel's brother? Usually it's an elf maiden who fell in for a mortal man. It's the opposite for Andres. Yeah, maybe I should do a video about her, but I have a lot of respect of this thing because there is a dialogue between Andres and Finrod, and this is a very complicated section. This lore-wise, it should originally supposed to be part of the Silmarillion. I think it should be was supposed to be the last part, but it did not make it in the version then Christopher Tolkien published, for complicated reasons that are difficult to explain. So this section alone makes covering Andres very, very difficult in my opinion, because you have to put her into a certain, what is said, this, I think this conversation between her and Finrod, that's Galadriel's brother for people wondering, yeah, it has some very heavy lore implication when it comes to the origins of men. And that is it's a very complicated topic. A very, very complicated topic, in my opinion. So I have a lot of respect for this, and I don't know how to cover it, to be honest. Like, sometimes I have an idea how to cover something, but, like, I have a topic, and then I think about it a little bit, and think about what I know about, and then a vision of how I would structure a video or write the text roundabout forms in my mind. But in this case, I feel like, that is, how am I supposed to cover this? That is like a huge detour. So that is really difficult. So she's not very high on my priority list, not because I don't find her interesting, because I think it's a very complex topic. We don't know that much about Andres herself, but what she has to say and to tell is just very advanced. Let's put it that way. So let me see. I was somewhere here. We talked about the pronunciation of Earendil. Yeah, somebody around said Earendil. Exactly, Earendil. Yeah, that's also a good point. Mediboss says, I think we talked about technology a moment ago, so to skip back a little bit. I think in the Tolkien story, technology does not progress as fast because people rely heavily on other kinds of powers, like the power of magical sound and wizards, because Tolkien himself didn't like it. I guess it's widely often said that Tolkien didn't like stuff, but there's an interview from the 60s, I think. I'm not 100% sure on this. And there's a documentary. I think it's a BBC documentary about lost archive stuff, including stuff about Tolkien. And very interesting. And there he says he actually likes driving his car, and he's not against. It implies a bit that he's not against all technology. He's just against overdoing technology, basically, like being it everywhere and destroying everything and so on, becoming a destructive power. And there's also the philosophical concept of what he calls the machine, which is basically a shortcut to power. The One Ring is the machine, because you get the One Ring and suddenly you get much more powerful. Like, what if Saruman would have gotten the One Ring, etc. And it's a shortcut to power for him. And that Tolkien criticizes, or his philosophy criticizes this a little bit. But it's not like Tolkien was strictly against all kinds of technology. But yeah, you make an interesting point. In a world where you have dragons being a threat, where you have wizards and so on, we have some kind of magical powers available. Yeah, of course, the desire to create, like if you have, for example, if we think about the early history of Gondor and Arnor, they had the Palantiri, and they could communicate with each other, exchange images and thoughts of mind with each other. And with this is already very powerful and advanced if you think about it. But this also eliminates the desire, at least from, like, why would the government invest into the Gondorians and people from Arnor to create, let's say, a telephone, a phone? Yeah, why would they need a phone? Because they have a phone already, a better phone, you could say. And from their perspective, there's suddenly no desire. They can communicate over Palantiri over a huge distance with each other already. So some of those magical elements in the world, of course, take also away the pressure for advancing in technology, if that makes sense. That's a very good point that you make here. Yeah, same as Evelyn. It's I heard it in the audiobook. Yeah, I think that's all. It is, in my opinion, the correct pronunciation. Yeah, that's, I get not much to discuss here. The word for soul is fear. It is pronounced, yeah, exactly. Same as Feanor, and you have the same. You have the Tolkien is a bit inconsistent where to place the trema, the two dots. Here in Fear, he places the two dots above the E, which is also sometimes you see the two dots, for example, in the name Manwe at the end. It implies that the W is not silent. The E is not silent in that case if it's at the end. Just interesting note maybe for people. But yeah, in this case, it's just that it's two syllables. The E is a syllable and the A is a syllable. So it's not melting together, which is what's called a diphthong in linguistics. Yeah, exactly. No, you are completely right. It's good. Reasoning, kind of picture it with how the Northern pronunciation of Eric, yeah. With a stretched E. Eric. It's hard to explain pronunciation. Yeah, of course, it's definitely difficult. You have, for example, the the IPA, the International Phonetic Alphabet, and yeah, I'm not sure if this was already around. Probably not when Tolkien was teaching as a professor. I'm not sure what system they had in place. I'm not too much into the history of phonology in philology. Oh, that's a lot of interesting words to say. So, yeah, I'm not sure. It would be easier if we would, for example, use this. That's an alphabet basically, or a system in place that does not. It's not about spelling the words right, but spelling how they are pronounced. But yeah, it's not in Lord of the Rings, so we have to guess a little bit. Also, the name Eärendil was originally called Eärendel, not with an I at the end, with an E. And there's also in Norse mythology a hero. I forgot the name in Norse, but his old English name. So, of course, Old Norse and Old English are also related, also through the Germanic mythology. And in Old English, in Anglo-Saxon, the hero was called Eärendel. And I think he was traveling with Thor. I think Thor turned into a bird or something, and he carried him away. I mentioned this in the Elrond video too, and his toes stuck out, and it froze from the cold while I think flying or something. And Thor later broke it off and threw it into the sky, and it became a star, which is the theme that Eärendil is in the sky becoming a star also in Lord of the Rings. So it seems like there is an inspiration for this, which I find very interesting. I think I also mentioned this last stream or something. Found this really fascinating. No, I think the emphasis, or excuse me, all the stress is on the second E, because after it you have an N and a D, and that means usually that this is if it's on the second last syllable, that this syllable is also stressed. Complicated stuff. I mess up the stress a lot in words, by the way, so that's very difficult. If you suddenly have the stress, sometimes I'm even confused by how in English are words, where the stress in English words are, even though it's pretty similar to my native language, to be honest, but often, I don't know why, but sometimes it confuses me. Like there's some words, especially words that have more syllables and are maybe derived from Latin or something. I sometimes think, how is this pronounced in English? Like I've said it a million times in German, but not in English, and then I get confused by it a little bit. But yeah, then switching while reading between Elvish pronunciation and English pronunciation, which I also screw up a lot. Like I can't even speak proper English if you want, and yeah, it makes things difficult. Yeah, not all you see those in the same language either, I think. Um, 300 years, solar years might be not too long for elves. Could they perceive time different? I think I can't give you a quote right now, because that would take a long time to find. But there is a quote, or there is a mention somewhere in the History of Middle-earth books, maybe even in Nature of Middle-earth, that elves do not perceive time differently than men do. They just live longer, and maybe as a result, they can take more time for certain things, for thoughts and so on, but they usually don't perceive time differently. they also don't walk slower than you. I mean, crossing Helcaraxes, this is still still referencing, we talked about this frozen passage that we still see on the screen. Forgot to switch to another picture, to be honest, but yeah, elves don't walk slower than men, so why should this be a different, why should it take this so long? But yeah, definitely this thought could come up, and you maybe can find a way to explain this. Also, it's very cold there, yeah. And as said, for example, the wife of Turgon dies on the way. She falls into the icy water and is buried by snow, as mentioned in the Elrond video. And it's a very sad moment. She was of the clan of the Vanyar elves, and as a result, no known Vanyar elf ever reached Middle-earth, which is also fascinating. And the other Vanyar elf, the wife or the partner of Finrod, got not the permission to leave Aman and had to stay in Aman, which was probably the better decision. So yeah, it seems like the Vanyar, they were very faithful to the Valar and what they said, they would usually not leave. And maybe it was not a good decision by the wife of Turgon, but she was, of course, yeah, it's of course difficult if your daughter goes, if your husband goes. Why are you staying then back? It's probably definitely a tough decision. So I won't blame her, but yeah. And she probably was re-embodied anyway. Okay, hey Chris, can you explain the role of the dwarves in the First Age? It seems to be kind of inconsistent. Sometimes elves are hunting for the dwarves and then they work together building cities. That is also difficult. You are referencing the petty dwarves. And like Nim. Mim and Nim. Weren't that their names? Yeah, the elves did not see them as dwarves or thought they were like beasts or whatever. Yeah, this probably also needs further analysis. I think I would need to reread the text, to be honest here, but yeah. And then they hunted them down. But of course, the other dwarves, they were known to the elves that they existed, and they also did their thing and met the elves and worked together in some cases, which later led to greater conflicts, which is, yeah, as you said, might seem contradicting. What's the difference between these types of dwarves, the petty dwarves, and the normal dwarves? Like, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for this. I'm not sure if there are characteristics that differentiated from them. They were definitely somehow different to normal dwarves. I think they were smaller or something, and maybe they also were different from their character or something. And I don't know. It's kind of strange. It could be that there may be a leftover of some old stories. Like there is, for example, the Book of Lost Tales Part 1 and Part 2. And if you read this book or these two books and look what these include very, very early writings of Tolkien about he wanted to write a mythology for England, and that is basically his mythology that he composed. And even though you see, if you know the Silmarillion well, you see many parallels to the Silmarillion, but this story is these stories are in so many ways different, and they feel like, yeah, really, really even more mythological than the Silmarillion stories, and they're really wild, I would call them at times. Like they're so, for example, originally the Balrogs or Belrug were much less powerful, but were far higher in numbers. So there were more Balrogs, but they were not as powerful. And then later there were only like a handful of Balrogs, or 7 or something like this, and but each of them were suddenly as powerful as an army. As in these old versions, there are armies of them, and so on. There is I don't know, there are many stories. I mentioned some of them in the Elrond video, like about the secret of flight that Melkor, or Melko as he was called in these old versions, captured some of the great eagles and tormented them, and he wanted to know from them the secret of flight, so he could fly too, but they would not tell him, and so on. And yeah, it was pretty wild what is in there. Also, the destruction of the tree, of the lamps, and how the trees were created were a bit, I guess, related. There were large, what do you call them? I'm not sure if I pronounce it right, cauldrons, so vessels where you put in the light of the... there were two... Wait, I think I have an image of this, which I can show you here in the background, so we maybe get something going. Let me see if I find it. It's very small, though. Okay, here it is. It's really pretty small. Let me just make it a bit bigger. Maybe like this. Really hard to see. I have another one. Maybe that's better, by Ted Nasmith. Maybe the other one is a bit easier to see for you. There were before the trees. Yeah, here maybe you can see it a bit better. Before the two trees existed, there were the two lamps that were, I imagine them as stone pillars, and there was like a magical glowing thing on top of them that Varda placed there. And yeah, they were destroyed by Melkor. That's the same in the Silmarillion. And as a result, they collapsed and changed the landscape of Arda. This was the original version of the world, basically, as it was intended. And yeah, this maybe gives it more justice, I guess. And yeah, I think the light of this lamp was then collected. It was liquid in a weird way. I think it's described that it was collected in this vessel, and then I don't know, something was formed out of them, and close to it the two trees were grown, and I guess they got a little bit of the light of these lamps in it, but this did not make it into the Silmarillion. But yeah, a lot of details you find there, and sometimes they are contradicting, sometimes they are very strange, and so on. But it's very fascinating. It's a fascinating story, if you think about it. Really, really interesting stuff, but also really strange stuff at times. Let's put it that way. So it might be, my point is now, maybe these dwarves are also leftovers of early writings. I can't tell, I don't know. I would need to do research on those petty dwarves. I don't know too much about them. I only know the few mentioned that they were hunted. There are some different versions of this and so on. Like in one version was also something with Finrod and them, but I forgot what it was. Didn't they try to kill Finrod or something? I can't remember. But yeah, it's weird. So let's say the petty dwarfs are a special case, but usually the relationship between elves and dwarfs was friendly at the beginning and became unfriendly later, as we know it in the Silmarillion. The details with, of course you're right. If you just see them, they are dwarfs too. Why is it so inconsistent? Why didn't they recognize them as dwarfs or whatever, or hunted them down? Makes no sense. I agree on that. It's a really strange story, to be honest, and but I don't have a good answer why that is. Maybe, as said, leftovers of old writings. You have always to consider that Tolkien himself never finished the Silmarillion himself, and it is composed out of old texts that fit very well together and work, or basically expand and explain the lore of the Lord of the Rings. And the Silmarillion we have does very well, but it also has some limitations here and there, I guess. And sometimes Christopher Tolkien had to take some of those very, very old texts because there was simply no modern version of it, or no new version, or no better version of it, or no version that fitted into the rest of it. And that makes this book very complex in how it's composed. I hope this answers the question. It's a really complicated question, and I sadly don't know too much. I would need to do a research about. Maybe they perceive time differently because they travel was before. Yeah, maybe for sure they perceive time a bit differently, but still, I guess they it's strange that they need 400 years, so it's such a long time for crossing this. Hey Chris, how are you doing, man? As said already, I already mentioned you like a moment ago. But yeah, doing well. I have to say my voice slowly gets a bit cracked up, I think, but I guess we can still keep going for a little bit longer. A lot of questions still. Random question, but is the implication that our world today is remade ere the new universe at the end of the time on Middle Earth? Our world is remade. No, I know I get your question. I read it wrong. So is there an implication that our world today is the remake basically of Arda at the end of time, etc.? No, it's probably the same world, if it makes any sense. So, in a way, Arda is the mythological version of the Earth, if that makes sense. So, there is a story of Alfwine, I think. I hope I pronounce Elfwine. Yeah, it's a diff song. So, Elfwine. And this guy is an Anglo-Saxon man from the 10th century or 11th century, I think. And he sails over the sea. There's some more to the story and so on. But he sails over the sea and discovers the so-called straight road. The straight road is... So after originally the world, Arda, was flat. And after the destruction of Numenor, the oceans were bent and Arda became a sphere, so a planet. And however, Aman, the west continent, it's hard to explain, but I imagine it was removed from the world into another sphere of existence, but also was still in place where it was before, in a way. So somewhat in the sky. And if you want to go there, you need a straight road that is not... So basically, you have to sail a part of the ocean that is not bent or whatever. However to imagine it. Maybe it goes up into the sky. Maybe you leave the plane of existence. You would leave the scene. It's hard to imagine or explain. It's also not, I think, really explained how you have to imagine it. But yeah, to get there, you have to use the so-called straight road. And this man finds it and sails there. And then he lands in Tol Eressëa. And there he talks to the elves. And the elves tell him about their law and so on. Then he returns and writes it down. I think that's basically the story. But this man, this elf Wine, is from our world, basically. Suddenly you have this connection through the straight road between the real world, of course still in a fictional context of Tolkien's books or writings, and the mythological side of the world. And it's transferred or extracted from there by him and so on. And yeah, so there is a connection between. I think in History of Middle-earth there was always the theory. I read it a lot, and I usually said there's maybe not much about it, but in the Nature of Middle-earth, I think it's also mentioned that somewhere that basically where Aman once was is now America, the continent. Like, it's really interesting. So there's definitely a parallel there, but it's still the same world. It's not like the world was destroyed and made it became the new world. That is not Mart anymore. We are still on Arda Mart, in this fictional context at least. If that makes sense. I hope that answers. It's also complicated. For a native Finn, it makes perfect sense. Erendil, nice. Yeah. It's always awesome to have some Finnish people here, because Quenya, one of the elven languages, is very inspired by the Finnish language. And so, of course, it makes sense. Erendil, it's a good question. there's of course also a Sindarin, and there is Quenya. It is very likely though that this case Earendil is a Sindarin name. The reason for this is that he was born in Middle Earth. No, it's a Quenya name. I have to admit, seeing the name, it looked a bit Quenya-esque, if I'm honest. So yeah, you are right. Maybe I should listen to the Finnish people, but yeah, the reason is he was born in Middle Earth, but of course he was born in Gondolin, which is maybe a special case in this context. Complicated to explain, but yeah, the Middle Earth Elven language is Sindarin, and the Aman language is Quenya, and yeah, it's complicated reasons. Like when Thingol found out, Thingol was the king of Dorias. Maybe I can show you a picture of Thingol, the king of Dorias, and he was in Middle Earth basically first, if that makes any sense, and established his realm there. And when he found out about the kinslaying, he said nope. He saw the language, the Noldorin Quenya, the language of the Noldor, as a language of traitors. And as a result, he said, "Who speaks it here in my presence is considered a traitor." And that is why the Noldor also adopted, because it was their fault. They killed his kin. So the people the Noldor killed in Aman, the first kinslaying, that were relatives of Thingol, or at least living under the so he had a brother Olwe, and he was the king of the Teleri in Aman, and they were killed. And yeah, it makes sense that he was not happy with the situation, and he forbid it. And as a result, even later you see a lot of Sindarin names among the elves, and them speaking Sindarin mainly, and Quenya became like Elvish Latin for them. So a language for old cultural things and so on. They write poems and text still in Quenya, but mainly if they communicate with each other, they speak Sindarin. If that makes any sense. So yeah, it makes totally sense that this, in the case of Earendil, it's Quenya, and then with this inspired by the Finnish language. Quite interesting. Thanks, Chris. I got your name correct. No, we got this already. I'm so far behind. Would you view on Andres? I talked about this. Thanks for the reply. Also, Jack O'Neill, SG1, Stargate SG1, also loved watching the series, to be honest. It was always a pleasure watching it in the evening when it came on television here in Germany. Pretty awesome. Just one point. Also like a bit of sci-fi, to be honest. Just to chime in, loved your Elrond video, just amazing, both in content and size. Just the fact that you did 1 2-hour video instead of 10 short ones. Yeah, that's also a thing that's maybe not too healthy. On the other side, I think it also makes my channel stand out a little bit, that I simply don't make just multiple 10 or 20-minute videos. I make like 1 2-hour video and hope that people like this. And not many do this and put this amount of work, especially into a topic like Elrond. I guess most other channels would have just, without meaning this in any disrespectful manner, because it's kind of insane doing what I'm doing currently with this topic, like make a 20 or 30-minute video about him and that's it. And yeah, this is part 1 and it's 2 hours long, and next I still have like, I don't know, at least 2, 3, 4 hours more to come. So that is, yeah, like, I don't know what. If I look at this, it's insane, even from my perspective. So a bit of insanity, but sometimes it's also not bad, I guess. How did Sam get to Valinor? It's an interesting question, which I don't have a good answer for, but of course he went there by ship, which is of course the obvious answer. We probably assume who made the ship. I know that Legolas and Gimli, Legolas built the ship himself, which is also quite interesting. When they sailed to Valinor. Who does he sail with to get himself to Valinor? I mean, Círdan is probably still around, so maybe there was still a ship for them, maybe elves were still leaving Middle-earth, but I'm not sure if there's a good answer. If somebody in chat knows, maybe you have to answer the question. I don't have a good answer to this. I'm not even sure if it's described in a lot of detail. I think, isn't it just mentioned briefly in the Tale of Years or something? I'm not sure. Now that the Amazon series is confirmed and we all remember the horror of the Hobbit movies and what they did plot lore-wise, how do you feel about Shadow of War story? Should Amazon replicate it? I like the games, like Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War. They were really fun games to me. The problem with it was just the lore fan in me always cried a little bit because it just took so many liberties there and changed so many things. And as a result, I'm not the hugest fan of the idea what they do with Celebrimbor. In my mind, if I read about Celebrimbor, he's like, he did a mistake to some degree, even though, can you blame him that he did not identify the angelic or the fallen angel entity that is Sauron, and did not look through his disguise when even others struggled a bit looking through his disguise. And I don't know, it's difficult. He saw his mistake and he hid then the 3 elven rings of power that he made. And because he could not destroy them, it's also an interesting quote. We talk about this next Elrond video. There will be definitely a section about this. But you can read basically that he and Galadriel did not find the strength to destroy those rings. They could not do it. For why they could not do it, we discuss in the video. Don't want to take too much... I don't want to spoil too much here, if that makes sense. But it is an interesting passage, and as a result, I wouldn't blame him in this regard, and he did what he could do to make up for his mistake, and it worked. Sauron did not get the 3 elven rings. He could not protect or not prevent Sauron getting the other rings, the other great rings of power, but at least the most powerful he could hide successfully from him, and even under torment he did not reveal their location, even though Sauron could have guessed the location anyway, but he did the right thing there. That is very important to me, and it makes him a bit of a hero, to a tragic hero if you want, who made a mistake, but he tried to correct it, and that is pretty awesome. And the Shadow of War games then turn him into a less heroic character, in my opinion. I don't like that, to be honest. So I hope that Amazon will not follow this story direction and also stick more to the books, because, as said, the games take a lot of liberties. And yeah, I hope it's closer to the books. But overall, the story was interesting. The idea, like as in what-if scenario story, it was kind of cool, and it was they were very fun games. So I liked those games, and in a way, I also am very thankful for the games, because they were basically what brought me into the direction of making Tolkien content. And my week lore comparison video of Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, the trailer when it came out back in the day, and the books were basically my first breakthrough on my channel, where I got like really huge amount of views. I had like 72 subscribers back in the day, which is just impressive to see how much my channel has grown, even though maybe other channels have grown more in that time. But still, it's fascinating, and brought me a lot of confidence in what I'm doing, and also changed the direction of my channel a lot. So I have no grudge, or whatever you call it, nothing against those games in that way. But of course, I hope that the Amazon series won't replicate it and would stick more to the books, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's really a sad part of the story, that Andres was forever separated from Aegnor, because Andres was a mortal woman, Aegnor was one of the brothers of Galadriel, and an elf, an immortal elf as a result. And he died in battle, so yeah, very tragic story there. And yeah, when men die, they of course leave the world, while the elves can get re-embodied if they were not evil. Like, it's very unlikely that the sons of Fëanor get re-embodied. Love the Elrond video, Chris. After this stream, I'm going to make a mighty cup of tea and go through it once again. Okay, that's nice to hear. I also find it fascinating that people watch those videos multiple times. I guess it makes sense due to their length, but still happy that people enjoy the videos so much and like watching them. It's really mind-blowing for me often, to be honest, because I would never thought that people would actually like stuff I'm doing. Like, I was very inconfident in my content like 4 years ago. Chris, last question. Do you think Emin, Tata, and Enel were other names for Ingwe, Finwe, Elwe? If not, what happened to the first 3? Oh, that's an interesting one. No. I always thought maybe they were the same, but Nature of Middle-earth clears things up, and no, they were not the same. Tolkien actually wrote texts about, for people wondering, who are those people? These are elves, and we maybe know Ingwe, Finwe, and Elwe. Elwe is Thingol, the man we see here currently. And those elves were the first known kings. So there are the 3 big elven clans, the Noldor, the Vanyar, the Noldor, and the Teleri. Elwe, or Thingol as he was later called, we see here, was at the beginning the king of the Teleri elves. Later his brother became the king of the Teleri elves, and he became the king of the Sindar elves, because the Sindar split up from the Teleri. Complicated story. And the other 2 clans had Finwe and Ingwe as kings. And it was always strange. There was this story that there were 3 fathers of the elves. So when the elves first awoke in Cuivienen, that is a bay at the Sea of Helkar. It's difficult to explain what's up with the sea and where it is. But let's see, they awoke somewhere in Middle-earth, also in the more east in Middle-earth. And the first 3 elves that awoke were the 3 fathers of the elves, called Emin, Tata, and Enel. And they are never mentioned again, though. So people often thought, if they are never mentioned, what's wrong? They are elves. They can't be dead, right? And that's complicated. And Tolkien somewhere, or in the History of Middle-earth books, where they also mentioned, there is that this story about the 3 fathers of the elves is considered a children's story, which is interesting. But Tolkien, in the background, wrote more about them, and there they are the 3 fathers of the elves, and Thingol, or Ingwe, Finwe, and Elwe, or Thingol, are, I don't know, born many generations later. So these 3 fathers are among the so-called unbegotten elves. Unbegotten means that they have no parents, because they awoke first. They are the first elves in existence, so to say they are. And as a result, it's strange that they are never mentioned again. And there is more about them in the Nature of Middle-earth, where Tolkien explains a bit some of the stories. How canon you see those stories, and if they existed, in my opinion, that's difficult to discuss. I guess that has to be, you have to find it out for yourself. I would recommend maybe getting Nature of Middle-earth and reading it, because I can't summarize this here right now. I read this passage, like, I don't know, a few weeks ago, and I don't know every detail anymore. Only I can tell there was like a discussion and a voting. So basically, these younger elves, Ingwe, Finwe, and Elwe, wanted to leave and go on the journey, and the three fathers of the elves were skeptical of this, and then there was a discussion and a conflict, and shall they go there and shall they not, and who's going there to check out if Aman really is that great, and then these Elwë, Ingwe, Finwë, and Elwë were chosen to do this, and they came back, and then they didn't want to go, and so they became the kings, and so there is an explanation for all of this in Nature of Middle-earth. Quite interesting. Okay, I just had to drink something real quick. Seems more like problems with industrialization than technology. Yeah, probably. And it's also hard to say if they were like formed into orcs. The whole orc story is also a big problem in the story. It's the only story that currently works. That's why it's it's also mentioned in Lord of the Rings, or implied by Treebeard in the chapter Treebeard. So there's a mention that Ents, or that trolls are the mockery of Ents, so as orcs are the mockery of elves. That's basically mentioned there, and as a result, this makes it the most canon version, in my opinion. But Tolkien in his later days said that orcs originated in twisted men, or Morgoth or Melkor twisting men, and not elves. But yeah, it's a complicated story, so let's not go there. Yeah, it's strange that they just disappeared from the storyline. Exactly, it's really strange. But there's more about them in the history of, in the Nature of Middle-earth book that just came out in September. So a few weeks ago. It was a story elves told each other. Yeah, exactly. The name Emin, Tata, and Enel is also the basically the names for 1, 2, and 3. Kind of interesting idea. Elimri dies on the grinding ice, exactly. No Vanyar allowed in Middle-earth, exactly, yeah. We discussed this a bit. To be fair, Idril is mostly a Vanyar by blood. She is half a Vanyar. Yeah, it's a custom to make her Noldo. True. Can we ask questions here? Yes, I'm just behind like 20 minutes or more. 30 minutes I'm behind with questions, so it could take a moment till I catch up a little bit, but you, of course, I suppose it's a question in of itself, but yeah, you can ask questions. Yeah, maybe you can ask question, yeah. When Tolkien conceived the latest version of the Fall of Doriath, dwarves were still basically an evil race. Yeah, exactly. As I said, there were different versions of it and so on. More and more heroic, and the Hobbit joined the legend. Yeah, that's a good point. Probably this needs further analysis, so I would need to look further into the old texts again. But you're right, the dwarves originally had also a different purpose in the legendarium and story. Question about Lembas. Would it be wrong in thinking that Lembas was some sort of magical cornbread, since it was made special corn grown by Vanan Valinor? Probably not, and there's more information in Nature of Middle-earth about it. I have not read it though, so I can't give you a good answer here, but from my perspective, yeah, it's probably, there is some, let's say, a mythological element with this, or in it, and maybe a magical one. I think dwarves can be a good and evil, just like men dwarves. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, but he never reconciled all the early stories with the later. Yeah, exactly. The fall of Doriath, exactly. So the death of this character we see as Thingol. Originally, Tolkien's intended version was a bit different here. He was going out for hunting, basically, I think, beyond the girdle of Melian, because how could he be killed inside the girdle, etc. That's a bit different, difficult to maybe argue. So his wife was Melian, a Maya, an angel of lower rank, and she created this boundary called the Girdle of Melian around his realm that protected it and everything that was not supposed to enter, everything evil, and was not more powerful than Melian herself, which very few were, could not pass this boundary and come into the kingdom. So it's of course difficult. And he was lured out hunting or something like this, and there he was slain in the original version. But it simply did not fit on multiple angles into the consistency of the story. So Christopher Tolkien, this is one of the few examples or instances where Christopher Tolkien had to change the actual story. And yeah, I have to say it works though, in my opinion. But yeah, you are right. There's a lot of things going on there. I also need to reread this different story. At the ThePhilosophersGames, hello man, love the channel. I just wanted to ask about the Uruk-hai. Were they created from the power of the One Ring, or rather, what was the magic behind their creation? Yeah, that is a difficult question you ask. Also, thanks for your nice words. Hope you'll enjoy the channel. The answer to your question, it's a difficult topic. Out of my head, there is a mention of like a special breed of orcs that is also described as black or as sword, I think in the Silmarillion, if I'm not totally mistaken. And I'm not sure if it's mentioned that they're also taller and stronger, but this is basically what the Uruk-hai are. They're also described as sword or black and bigger and stronger, and they are less influenced by daylight. Even though maybe this aspect of orcs was less present in the Silmarillion, maybe this also needs further analysis. Would need to look into this. What the exact magic is hard to say, but if this would be the case, then Sauron would not be the inventor of the Uruk-hai, but maybe Melkor was, or Morgoth was. Difficult to say. However, let's pretend, because Sauron might be the inventor, and in the films it's implied that maybe Saruman invented them, but that is definitely not the case. They also appeared earlier, I think around, there's a mention of them. Maybe they're not called explicitly Uruk-hai, but there's a mention of stronger, taller orcs, also described as sword, that appeared, I think, around 500 years or something like this, or even 1,000 years before the events of The Lord of the Rings. I'm not 100% sure about on the dates though. And they, how they are created, that is very difficult to say. I think there is not much information on this exact process. But in Lord of the Rings, there is a mention that, and we find it also in the films implied that that maybe there is a crossbreed between orcs and men. Whatever that means and how exactly is not described. I'm also not sure. I want to know, to be honest. But this might be part of how they became more resistant to the sunlight, I assume. So I assume it's simply not much magic, but more about breeding a new generation of orcs in some way. There are some descriptions that seem to be a bit grim or something, but yeah, it goes into the direction of that you could twist and move even men to a point that they basically become orcs themselves in a way, and then would also bred with other orcs, but only then. Tolkien has some interesting, let's say, phrases here and there you find in the History of Middle-earth books, but I'm not a huge expert on this, to be honest. So take this with a grain of salt. I'm not sure if this really answers your question well enough, but that is the power of the One Ring is definitely, like, if Sauron is the origin of the Uruk-hai, then the One Ring would not make sense, because at this time, when I think they first appeared under Sauron during the Third Age, if this is the case, then Sauron did not possess the One Ring, so the One Ring can't be related to their creation, if that makes any sense. Maybe this answers also a further point here. Oh, the Puckelmen. Does anyone imagine them like Neanderthals? Interesting question. Probably not, because I think they might be related to the Druidine. Let me see if Ted Nesmith has a cool picture that he made that from Lord of the Rings, because they are also mentioned in Lord of the Rings. Here we have them, and this is how he imagined them. So they are smaller. They only wear this. I can't find the quote right now, but how do you call this? Like a little bit of plants around their waists. They have like very dark eyes, like pitch black eyes, and when they are angry, they start glowing. When they get angry, they start glowing red. And they have some very interesting abilities, even some magical ones. But they are also considered belonging to towards the Edain, so like to the same group of people as, for example, Aragorn. So there were multiple houses or groups, tribes, if you could call it, of the early men, and one of those groups formed into the Dunedain much later, though. And the Druidine, not to be confused with the Dunedain, were also considered part of this group of early Edain. Very interesting. Some of them, in some versions, even lived for a while in Numenor, which is like really interesting in my opinion, but also pretty cool. In Lord of the Rings, they also appear. They when they basically help the people of Rohan, their armies, to get to through a secret passage to Gondor faster, if that makes any sense. And is it faster? Maybe without getting seen or something? I don't know. You know what I mean. But I'm minutes early with these messages. A bit messy conversation. Yeah, the conversation is here really a bit messy. I have to agree on this. Sorry for that. But I sometimes try to really answer everything. Maybe I should skip forward and people just have to repeat their questions. But I also would like to read what people are writing. But I can't answer the questions as fast as people ask them. So as a result, I will always be behind, I guess. Sorry for that question. My knowledge is very limited. No problem, man. Recently discovered the channel and it's helping. Hope you enjoy it. It's a very good question. Beautiful art. Yeah, really is. How did Sam and later Gimli Legolas manage to sail to the Undying Lands long after the last ship sailed? Well, Legolas very resourceful, but I don't know how Sam managed this, to be honest. The question was asked before. I couldn't tell. Oh, Andres is here too. Welcome. Oh no, yeah, I also forgot to post it on Discord because I'm a fool, but I'm happy you found out about it. Resourceful, but how on earth I'm not sure. Like Legolas, built a ship and sailed with Gimli, but how Sam did it, I'm not sure. I assume Círdan was still around and there were still ships leaving Middle Earth, and Sam just took one of them. Because Círdan sails last and he's the shipwright, so as long as he's there, there will be ships, I guess. Where's everybody from tonight? I'm from Germany. Oh, it's really interesting. You're from England. It's really very awesome from how many countries, like Australia, Bulgaria, Germany, Scotland, England, and so on. It's really awesome to have, like, what I like about this Tolkien and this having also the community a lot is that people are so connected with each other, like around the globe. Like there's no I don't know. It's cool if you have a passion that you share and that connects people around the world. And we're also in the great situation that we can talk to each other. That there's no language barrier, at least for those who can speak English as a second or even as first, second, or third, or whatever language, right? We're going for over 3 hours, yes. Past the 3 hours mark now. I try to now catch up a bit so we can maybe a bit in the present and not that much in the past anymore. I prefer deep dive style videos you Dog Lords have. Yeah, also shoutouts to Dog Lords, also pretty cool dude. And yeah, driving deep is always pretty what I'm doing here, right? But of course, there are different formats and all have their value. I appreciate the video lengths. There are times I search YouTube for a certain lore topic, and if the video is 5 minutes, I just know it's not going into the depths I want. Yeah. I think that's definitely something that helps my channel a lot, that my videos on average are much longer than many other channels. Like if you see, okay, I want to know everything about this topic, and there's this video that's 2 hours long, then maybe click on that. Some people say, okay, I don't want it to know that on with all that detail. Maybe there's a half an hour video. Then I have that's bad luck for me, I guess. But yeah, but I usually just try to go very deep into everything. That's just my style, and I enjoy this the most. They could have sent a ship. Yeah, that's also possible, I guess. I'm not sure how it exactly works, to be honest. I would have if nobody in chat has a better answer than I am, then we're probably out of luck. Chris Chandler is like, Rivendell a good place for lawyer. I see this as a huge compliment. And yeah, Elrond is also one of my favorite characters, and I really like Rivendell, so I think I like your sense. I like what you're saying there. Yeah, for sure. Might have to call it a night. Oh no. But thank you. Early morning was very enjoyable. Thank you for your insights and answers. Been following the channel for years now. Crazy how time flies. Yeah, that's really crazy. Happy you are watching my stuff for such a long time too. Shoutouts to all the other peoples there too. And thank you for your support. Like, really happy with, as said, with how the Elrond video, how many views it got and how popular, and the feedback and so on. Really insane to me. And I had high hopes, to be fair, on the Elrond video, because I put in a lot of time into this one, and I'm really happy that my hopes were even, or my expectations were even outdone. Is this a word? So yeah, much appreciated, and thank you for that. Did you draw some inspiration for your channel's logo from Alfred Hitchcock's logo? It reminds me of his. I like it. Yes, that is. I got multiple people recently asked me about this. I don't know why, but yeah, interestingly, it is. I thought I need a logo for the channel, and I went with many ideas. I made this a long time ago, like 2000. I started this channel 2013. It was about gaming, or not about Tolkien or anything, and yeah, back in the day. Yeah, I think I made this logo. I called myself ThePhilosophersGames because, I don't know. I had many ideas for the name's channel, and it was always about going into depth into things, philosophizing about things. Not sure if I pronounced this correctly, but you know what I mean. And I thought, okay, so I need a logo. I thought about a book or something, but how do you this aspect of that fits the name? And I forgot to mention to complete the story. So the name is a reference to a video game called Metal Gear Solid, and there is a group in this game called the Philosophers, and that's a very interesting aspect to this. It's complicated to explain. I don't want to spoil the stories. But there are, for example, also certain characters who can't say the name because it's a super secret organization, and through nanomachines and stuff, people can't say the name. So sometimes when they want to say the philosophers, I also have it on my Twitter account, they say the lalilulelo instead. And that is, I don't know, I found this very interesting and thought, okay, maybe make instead of the Philosophers, make the ThePhilosophersGames or something like that. And it was gaming channel, so it was kind of a cool reference, and to basically show what Philosopher is. I also had this Hitchcock logo in mind, thought maybe a silhouette of somebody, and then I took inspirations and looked at many philosophers and found there were some statues, and I think in Athens there is a statue of Socrates, and I think without the beard I used the outline for him roundabout. Maybe it's not perfect, maybe I changed it a little bit up, but this is basically the idea of my logo. And it's definitely the idea that was inspired by Alfred Hitchcock's logo, or self-portrait, or whatever you want to call it. So, long story here. But also don't know anymore which statue. I think it was the Socrates. I also looked, there was a statue called the Thinker, maybe it was that one. I looked at multiple statues and as inspiration for the outline. But the ideas from Hitchcock. What happens to the Black Numenorians in the Fourth Age? That's a good question. I know, maybe it's being said that their master is gone. Maybe they are now also a bit free. Maybe they were also controlled. I'm not sure. It's really hard to say. Maybe Aragorn manages to integrate them into his kingdom or something. Maybe they manage to peace. I'm not sure if there's any mention of that. In the writings, very difficult to say. Just need to drink something. Okay. But you are not a father. Whither you go, may find your light, await us there, my brother and me. Yeah, it is of course possible after the world ends. That's a good point. Andres and Aignor meeting again, but it's hard to say because how the story is composed or how the ending is, it's a complicated topic. If the world is renewed or not, and so on. Tolkien takes this that is really interesting how so there is the second Doom of Mandos that is about the end of the world and so on, and a big battle that happens, but Tolkien later distanced himself from the idea again, so it's a bit difficult to say what isn't. We simply don't know exactly how, if when the world ends, if the elves and men will meet again or not. Hard to say. Difficult topic. Tata in my language means father. That's cool. In which language it is also maybe. I'm getting close to the end of the chat here, right? Similar in most language it seems. I guess in it makes sense. The last version of the Fall of Doriath, Tolkien wrote, is a traitor elf letting the dwarven armies through the... yeah, exactly. There was something like that. Yeah, it doesn't work in the Silmarillion, and that's why it changed. Sorry for the late answer. They fight Thingol during a hunt, I think. Yeah, exactly. I think I mentioned that. We... I don't know how babies are made. Is anything like that. Yeah, it's exactly like that. Or are they grown? No, in Peter Jackson's film, you see these slime pits and they're coming out, but no, they are just like human babies are born. Also, orc babies are born. It's just completely the normal birth process. In early versions, though, and that's maybe what Peter Jackson references. There were like warm slime pits or something like this where the orcs were formed out of. But Tolkien later distanced himself from the idea because then Melkor, the created the elves out of, or would be able to create life himself, and that he cannot do because he does not. Only God can create life. And orcs, if you look into Lord of the Rings, for example, and look how orcs talk to each other and so on, you see that it's hard to argue that they don't live, and that this makes like orcs being so, even though they are very twisted and evil creatures, they also are very human-like and so on, and in a weird way. And yeah, this makes it hard to argue that they were created by Morgoth. So what Morgoth can do is take an existing living being with a soul and turn it into an orc, but he can't create sentient beings like this on his own. Complicated topic though. Loincloth, that's a word. Thank you for that. I read this before, but sometimes words are so seldom used I forgot them again. That makes perfect sense. Basically, what I got from your answer is it was not Sauron who created the Uruk-hai, and they probably not born with magic. Thank you. Maybe Sauron bred the Uruk-hai. It is possible that they existed before it, though, but this can be debated, and I would need to look deeper into it to give you. But Sauron might be one who bred them again. Maybe they were all the concept of an Uruk-hai was there before, if that makes any sense. But yeah, basically that. They are bred somehow, exactly. This has been so much fun. Unfortunately, I have to head out. Oh no, Sharon. Nice that you were here. I remember that one of the first questions were from you at the beginning of the stream. So I hope, or I'm happy that you enjoyed this. And have a good one. Chicago shout out. Okay, still where people are from. Awesome. Did the Sons of Elrond eventually sail west? We don't know, to my knowledge, if they did. Interestingly, we discussed this in the Elrond video too, that is in part 1 already, I think, where I say something like that in the line of the half-elven, a lot of twins are born, and this might express the duality, I think I called it, of this line. And yeah, we have this with Elrond and Elros, that one wanted to become an elf and the other a man. Maybe this is similar with Elros and with Eladan and Elrohir too, these two sons of Elrond. Difficult to say. I think we don't know though. I know for sure that Elrond would like that they would sail west, because it's of course very bitter if you have to leave Middle-earth and you already lose your daughter, which you probably will never or only see in a very, very distant future again, if at all. And then also have at the end no children that you will see again. That's definitely very tragic if this would be the case. Yeah, I think I'm also not 100% happy, Snow Warning, with the format. I also like being, I'm very happy that people reduce their question posting a bit so I can keep up. Much appreciated. It's not ideal, so maybe in future streams I should maybe just try to keep at the current present of chat, so the delay of me is not like half an hour behind answering questions back in the day. But I also don't want to go over people posting stuff in chat and typing everything. Maybe some people watching this on a phone or on a tablet and then fiddling around with a tablet, writing complicated messages with elf names in it. It's probably a hassle and so on. But from Canary Island, just very surprised by this message. But yeah, I know what you mean though. I hope it's not too annoying though. But now I caught up with the chat again. There's absolutely female orcs. Yes, there must be female orcs, definitely. Cool stuff. Yeah, I think there is no mention of a female orc at all, but in the books. But it is it's definitely there. So. Tolkien mentions that orcs also multiply. How did he phrase it? by the ways of men or something like this. So let me just drink something. And yeah, probably we can answer a few more questions. Then I have to call it a day because my voice is slowly starting to go away, I think, if I continue for too long. Like, it's always difficult. Like, talking for 3.5 hours straight is, even if you are not, was not sick before, is of course a problem. Difficult. Like, sometimes I stream games, video games on Twitch too, and there I can sometimes focus on the game, or there's a cutscene, somebody's talking, I can just shut up for a moment. But in a stream like this, I just have to constantly talk, and this is, of course, also a bit exhausting for the voice at some time. But I guess people can live with this. So, yeah. From Canary Islands of Africa. That's pretty cool. Sometimes I'm so surprised when people say where they are from. I had one guy in the comments in the past that said, hey, I'm from Nepal, which is also pretty awesome. And yeah, pretty cool that you are here and listening to stuff. And I really enjoy that we can share our passion and connect with so many people around the world with the technology for this. And so on. Pretty awesome. I'm from New Zealand. That's even further away. And Rohan is an hour drive away. I'm ashamed of my lack of lotto knowledge. I will approve, promise. No problem. And that is pretty awesome. Like, New Zealand is also on my list of places to visit at some point. And yeah, pretty cool. Sadly, I can't remember the name of the place where Rohan was filmed. So maybe I could have known roundabout where you live. But that's pretty cool. I have to admit. And yeah, that's real. It's really just mind-blowing for me that somebody's sitting on the other side of the globe right now listening to my rambling here. Pretty awesome. Yeah, maybe collection. We have to think about how to do this in the future. But now I have caught up, and maybe from this point on in stream we continue with the present and chat, and people maybe have to copy paste their questions if they have. I read someone mentioned somewhere that they believe the dwarves ate Thingol after they killed him. Is it likely that this could have happened? I don't think so. I'm not sure if in chat somebody knows about this, but it's now in my head. Nothing pops up in that regard that they have done this in any versions. I can't confirm this. Like, I don't know where this idea comes from, but I don't know. Maybe somebody knows something out of my head. I have to admit, no. Metal Gear Solid is my favorite video game series of all time. Yeah, it's also among my favorite video game series too. No, he's fading. Yeah, my voice is fading. Yeah, it's one of my favorite. Like, it's a really cool series, even though it's sometimes a bit strange, and yeah, it's a Kojima game, so it's really sometimes pretty strange, but it's kind of awesome. My favorites are definitely Deus Ex 1 from 2000, Final Fantasy 7, also Final Fantasy 6 is pretty awesome. These are really games that inspired me a lot. Metal Gear Solid, Max Payne, Dark Souls. That's basically what I like. Currently doing Dark Souls No Death runs on Twitch. And yeah, current run is pretty far. I'm past Ornstein and Smough, which surprised me. I've done not on stream though, but I've completed No Death run in the past. We will continue that. Also play maybe some other stuff. But yeah. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. So if people are into this, let me just check something really quick. Because I have last time Mr. Nightbot let me I have to find out if this works this time. I'm pretty curious. Do I have a Twitch command or something? Twitter? Yes, I have. According to this, I have a Twitch command. Let me just check this. Last time Nightbot did not work. I'm just curious if this works now. It has a lot of delay, like 15 seconds or something like this, so I have to wait a moment. But I'm just curious. It works. Nightbot works. Last time Nightbot did not work. So, yeah. If people are interested, that's where you find the Twitch channel. I could, of course, also stream gaming on my YouTube channel, but yeah, I will explain some of that in a future video. There will be something to this. We did I called the First Impressions show, which was also fun to do, where we played a bit on YouTube. Thanks for the awesome stream of listening. Yeah, thank you for listening. And yeah, of course, I take the time. There's, of course, a big problem I currently have ending the stream soon, which I have to find a workaround in a moment. But yeah, then I will still continue streaming a moment or two. So don't worry, I won't end too soon. I like the fact that you fully explain clearly in all your lore videos. They are long, exciting to watch and listen, and you give inside knowledge in Tolkien's lore. Thank you, much appreciated. Yeah, I really take a lot of time. I try to, even though some of my videos are a bit advanced, like the video about the who can see the unseen is, in my opinion, a relatively advanced video. Also, I think the Elrond video is a pretty advanced video, and as a result, I don't know. It's sometimes difficult to take everyone with you, if that makes sense. So even I try to explain it like even for people who might have not read all the books, but sometimes this is very difficult to do. And yeah, I feel like the Elrond video maybe requires a bit of knowledge that you have before you can fully get through this, if that makes any sense. But yeah, thank you for your kind words, and I really try to take everyone with on the journey and explain everything in a lot of detail. That's just like I like doing things. Thanks so much for the live stream. I had a blast. I'm not going yet. Just wanted to say it before you were done. Thank you. Much appreciated. As long as you are fully vaccinated. I'm vaccinated, by the way. We love to have you. 21st century is almost magical. Yeah, that's true. Oh no, he's fading. No, not fading yet. Just can continue a little bit. Thanks for the answer. Maybe I got too excited at the idea of Thingol getting eaten. Maybe. But like I said, I have no idea where this comes from. Dwarfs eating Thingol, yeah. Kind of strange. Elf propaganda. I would like to know, why did Tar and Kalimi forbidden a granddaughter to wed? By the way, I'm from Johannesburg, South Africa. That's also a very specific question. Why did she forbid to wed? If I'm not totally mistaken, let me just double check on something really quick that I don't talk nonsense. Yeah, I can't remember the details, to be honest. So there was, I remember, like, she was the first ruling queen of Numenor, for people wondering. And it's also a cool picture from Sara Morello, but I don't know if I have permission. Let me see if I have. I have. I think I have permission to show it. So she was a queen of Numenor, and I can't. Sorry, I have to admit I can't puzzle together it right now out of my head. give you a really good answer. But she was a ruling queen, and there was also a weird story going on between some characters' wedding. Was it her? Was it an ancestor of her? Let me just double check. So she was the daughter of Erendis and Tar Aldarion. And this is a complicated story in this regard that there's this, in the Unfinished Tales, there's this huge story about these. Tar Aldarion was also the king of Numenor. In the Elrond video, I mentioned him, and Tar Mineldur, his father. Complicated. So this is the person you see here is Tar Ankalime, and she was a daughter, and her parents had a difficult relationship. Let's put it this way. Her mother, Erendis, wanted to stay in Numenor, and her father wanted to go sailing, exploring the world. And this was a huge conflict. If you want to have a family and you're never at home, this is a problem. Erendis waited a long time of her life, and over time she was not happy that her husband was always not at home and so on. And at some point they lived separated, so to say, and Tar Ankalime lived with her mother Erendis, and she probably was very disappointed in her husband, or in Tar Ankalime's father, and as a result, she maybe put into her daughter to be, let's say, skeptical of men, if that makes sense. And in addition, as a queen, or as being from the royal line, you sometimes have to marry to just see that the line continues and so on. And I don't know. That makes, as you can imagine, things often quite difficult. And this was basically, how to say it? It was this conflict between Erendis and her husband, and then later also there was also, I think, I can't remember the story. Wasn't there also a story how about the husband of Tar Ankalime too? I forgot. It's like I said, it's a long time. There was his name Helakar or something? Yeah, exactly. And didn't he trick her in some way? So there was also some kind of weird stuff going on in this relationship. So as a result, she was not very how to say it? She didn't trust men in a way, and I assume she just gave this further into the next generations, and that is maybe why Tar Ankalime forbid her granddaughter to wed. Maybe there were also other reasons. I have to admit, though, it's a while back that I read these stories in that much detail, so I can't give you like a really good answer, but I hope that helps. Yeah, exactly. They also had like grandsons and so on. It's a complicated story. But yeah, I assume this is how things worked. It's really complicated. Elf propaganda against the dwarves. Elf propaganda, yay. Both are good. Yeah, I assume the elf propaganda is that, of course, they claimed that the elves ate Thingol, and as a result, the dwarves would be more hated, if that makes any sense. Also, really, again, fantastic art by Sara Morello. Shoutouts to her. Pretty awesome. I always wondered the same thing about your logo and Hitchcock. Hope you're well as always. Thank you for your videos. They always reinvigorate me after work and restore my faith in humanity. Thank you, much appreciated. Yeah, exactly. The Hitchcock inspiration is really cool. I'm happy that people notice this. I rarely get messages about my name, the channel name, if it's a Metal Gear Solid reference, or why on my Twitter I have the also the mention of the Lali games and so on. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of cool, I think. And it's nice that some people see the reference, but I guess it's also a bit around the corner, so probably not that obvious. But yeah, it's definitely the inspiration was Hitchcock for sure. Also made some fantastic movies, like I don't know. Favorite Hitchcock movie, some could ask. Vertigo is pretty good. The Birds is pretty good. Psycho, I guess Psycho. Psycho is just really, really good. But that's also a different topic here. Not sure. What are Chad's favorite Hitchcock films? Now I'm curious. To be honest, I don't know every Hitchcock film, just a bunch. But yeah, and sometimes I really appreciate too that some people sometimes write that my videos also give them some kind of escapism from their daily lives and stress and so on. And yeah, that's pretty awesome that this is the case. I would have not imagined that this would be the case, but yeah, in a way, Tolkien also, I haven't seen any, Tolkien also, yeah, I don't know, Lord of the Rings and Hobbit and so on, and also maybe in a way the Silmarillion is also, in a way, escapism for a lot of people to escape. You go. I mean, Tolkien has this really dense writing style where he describes a lot of details, but also manages to create something very immersive. So if I read a chapter of Tolkien, I'm just drawn in. I'm in the world. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's pretty awesome. Psycho definitely. Yeah, I would also agree on that. Psycho was really fantastic Hitchcock film. So, but he has a lot of good films. You have to give him that. Favorite movie? I would. That's very difficult to answer. If I have to answer it, multiple levels to answer this question in a way. So, what does favorite mean? Like, is a film that, for example, I can always watch? Like, I can't like sometimes there are films I like a lot, but you have to be in the mood to watch them. But there's still very good movies that I like. But if you define favorite as a film that you can always watch, for example, then maybe indeed Lord of the Rings, like Fellowship of the Ring, would be currently my favorite though. But Smoky Mirrors. Hey, philosophers and chat. Yeah, welcome. Nice to have you here. Yeah, so it would be Lord of the Rings. It's hard to say which part is my favorite. I would say currently Fellowship of the Ring, I guess. Very easy Lord of the Rings. But if you define it as, for example, yeah, I don't know, which film I think does everything the best, and there's nothing and is, I don't know, also considered a masterpiece and maybe also important in the film historic context, then it becomes very difficult. So you could also say which movie is your favorite, or in a way you think it's the best movie, like, done, even though you probably don't want to watch it all the time, but you think, if I think about this movie, I think this did everything perfectly, and maybe it even improved the medium film in a way, or maybe a movie that just was really good and changed how films were done after it and so on. And then it becomes very difficult to find them. Probably, even though Lord of the Rings was also very defining for films, you have some other fantastic movies. One film I think I would also consider my favorite film, even though I don't want to watch it all the time, is Once Upon a Time in the West. That is Sergio Leone did this, was the director of this film. And even though there's also The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, it's a Western, I think these films are really good. They have, especially, I don't know, if you watch the films that Leone did before Once Upon a Time in the West, that is for a fistful of dollars, for a few dollars more, and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, you definitely see an increase, or not an increase, but you see a development, how he develops film further, and he does some very, very interesting stuff in those films. Like, for example, what Sergio Leone does here with his team, he plays with so-called, how is it pronounced in English? Diegetic, is this the correct word, pronunciation? So he plays with diegetic sound and not diegetic sound. So diegetic sound is, I think, what you hear, what the characters inside the film hear themselves. For example, if they talk to each other, if they hear a noise, like they hear a shot in the distance or whatever, somebody shooting in the distance, and so on. What they don't hear is a narrator. They don't hear the score, the music. And the stuff they don't hear is called non-diegetic sound. And there's a differentiation. So that is, the non-diegetic sound is only for the viewer. And Sergio Leone in his films plays with this, for example. There's in the second Dollar Trilogy film, for a few dollars more, there's the famous scene. It's also in Once Upon a Time in the West, if you think about it. There's a scene at the beginning, I think, where he puts a little clock that plays a sound. Spieluhr in German, I don't know what the English word is. A sound playing clock, I don't know, on the table. And it plays a melody, this clock, and the characters hear it in the world. And when the clock stops playing, they start shooting each other. It's a duel scene. And interesting what Sergio Leone does here is, it starts playing, and then the score sets in, taking the motive of this clock that does the thing. It drives me insane that I don't know what Spieluhr is in English. Is this even the correct term for it? Music box, it says, or musical clock. I don't know if that's the correct term. I hope it is. And suddenly, with what he does with this, when the score sets in and takes this music, you still hear the clock playing to the orchestra in the score. Suddenly, the barrier between diegetic and non-diegetic sound vanishes, and it's like, how to describe it? A very subtle fourth wall break in a way, and it's my opinion. I'm not sure if Sergio Leone was one of the first doing this, but it's a mind-blowing stylistic device in my opinion. Even though I think the second Dollar for a few dollars more has problems in the storytelling and so on. However, he solved this in the third film. And it's just The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is just a really insane film in my opinion. It's just so good. And then in his the film after that, that's not part of the so-called Dollar Trilogy, the Once Upon a Time in the West, he perfects it. Like, it's like everything he does in the films prior, he perfects in this film. And even to the point where it's not only a gimmick, like having this musical clock playing this melody and a weird, subtle fourth wall break, but you need to understand, like that's the Western with the guy with the, what is it called in English? Harmonica, mouse organ, something like this. Where he always plays the melody, and it is a very important part. Understanding the story of the film, understanding this mouse organ, this harmonica part, what it is, and not only does he lift this fourth wall, or lift the barrier between diegetic and non-diegetic sound, it also becomes an integral key part understanding the film. And that is, in my opinion, just so well done that I would say, yeah, this is, my opinion, one of the best movies I've seen. Because it's just so good. And does many more things. There are, of course, also the so-called Italo shots, the very close, where you only see the shots with the camera, where you only see the eyes and so on. It's just so good. And if you look at other films from this time, it feels not out of place, but it just does things, in my opinion, that are just so different, fresh, so unusual. And I think, yeah, he improves over the films. I would say maybe for a few dollars more was a little step back, even though it improves on other things. It was very experimental in that way. The first, for A Fistful of Dollars, is, I don't know. I would say I like it more than the second one, and the third one is just better than the first two. It's just a masterpiece. And then, as said, the mentioned film Once Upon a Time in the West, the fourth film, it's not part of this trilogy, though. There he perfects his formula, his ideas. It's just perfect. Like, really, really awesome film, in my opinion. You can, of course, argue against this or so, but I don't know. I really think this is a really fantastic film and often overlooked. And some people say spaghetti westerns to it or something, but I think this sounds a bit disrespectful. Like, I think this is such an artful film. Like, in one of the films, there's a scene where literally people walk around a bank and they count from, I don't know, 1 to 40 or something. It's the most intense scene you have seen in film. Like, I find it so impressive that Sergio Leone is so good at what he does that even a stupid countdown from, I don't know, 1 to, a number like 30, 40, I forgot the exact number now, is interesting to watch. And I think that really shows the skill of this director and his team, what they were able to accomplish there with very little budget too. And that I find very, very impressive. And that is why, if I would have to name my favorite film of all time besides Lord of the Rings, it is definitely Once Upon a Time in the West. There's some other films I also like a lot, like Ghost in the Shell, Akira, for example. But those are films I can't watch every time. Like, for Ghost in the Shell, you have to have the right mood. Also, like Blade Runner and Blade Runner 2049, or I don't know. Really good question. Like, there are a lot of good films I like. Godfather, somebody mentioned. I mean, that's also a true classic that does very interesting things. I like The Matrix. It's a new Matrix film coming out. Very interesting too. Sorry for just being a bit off topic when it comes to Tolkien stuff, but it's a really interesting question. Also, Citizen Kane. This is a film, like, if you watch it the first time, you would think, wow, this film is incredibly boring. But if you, I don't know, I think it's a film you can't just watch and then have a good time. It's a film you have to work for a little bit. You have to understand it. You have to understand the background of this film and so on. And it's one of those films, the deeper you dig into this, the more mind-blowing the film becomes. Yeah, Once Upon a Time in America is brilliant too. Exactly. But yeah, I don't know what is so. Let's get a bit back on track with chat here. Any film with a real ending, The Thing, Unusual Suspects, Sixth Sense, Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones also very fond memories of the first Indiana Jones film, to be honest. Movies this day seem to have writer phone 20 minutes before the film ends. Yeah, I know what you mean there. Smoking Mirrors. Sorry, hey again. I would like to mention that I am an amateur sci-fi writer who is looking to build a high fantasy setting for a series I'm considering, and Tolkien lore has been a big inspiration. But yeah, that is it's pretty cool. I wish you a lot of luck with writing sci-fi stuff and so on. Pretty awesome. Very nice to see the people being creative, and I think drawing inspiration from Tolkien is not a bad thing. Even if you think about George Lucas with Star Wars, I mentioned this I have a video about Tolkien and Star Wars, I think it's called, and I found out that in a very early version of the first Star Wars script, where Luke Skywalker and Obi-Wan, he was called Starkiller still, and the film was called The Star Wars or something like this. It's a very early version of the script, and there is a scene where they meet, and it's the original one-to-one scene when Gandalf meets Bilbo in The Hobbit. Like, it is mind-blowing if you see this, and definitely makes it obvious that even that even George Lucas took a bit of inspiration of this, and that makes totally sense if you look at this. But yeah, it's a good morning scene. Like, good morning, said Bilbo, and he meant it. The sun was shining and so on and so forth. Do you wish me a good morning, or mean that it was a good morning, whether I want or not, or that you feel good this morning, or that it is a morning to be good? And this dialogue was originally in the Star Wars scene. Pretty fantastic, in my opinion. But to my question, have you seen the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey? If so, how do you feel about it? If not, you might enjoy it. Yeah, I know 2001. It's, what can I say? It's also a masterpiece. There's a lot to think about, and yeah, it's a Stanley Kubrick film, of course, and Stanley Kubrick is also like a very smart man, who makes very smart movies, and you can just go through the film scene by scene and discover something new, a new thought from it, and it's just mind-blowing. But yeah, it's also a fantastic film, also among my favorite films too. But it's also not a film I want to watch every day, if that makes sense. The film way ahead of its time. It's a new standard for filmmaking with Citizen Kane. Yeah, exactly. Citizen Kane, like, a lot of things you see in Citizen Kane you might have seen in other films, but in this combination, in this intensity, and in this, yeah, in a film that was far less experimental and more film, you have not seen it before. You have to imagine this. I think Citizen Kane is from 1941, and even telling a film not in chronological order was at this time like new. It is very difficult to imagine that, but yeah, it's really impressive what this film did, but also the meaning of it, also what happened to the film, the reception, and so on. It's a very political story behind it too. It's very fascinating too. Thank you for the kind words. I will definitely check out the video. I had no clue Lucas drew inspiration from Tolkien. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Lucas, there's an interview with George Lucas where he mentioned something very interesting. A book I can't see it right now, behind me too. It's called The Hero with a Thousand Faces, written by Joseph Campbell, I think. And he said this was also a huge inspiration for his story. And of course, Star Wars is a hero's journey, a monomyth. And so the idea of this book of Campbell was that if you look at mythology, you notice that many stories in mythology have a very similar structure. and certain elements, and he just describes this as the so-called monomyth. And yeah, Lucas does this, and even The Hobbit would be part of this. Like, there's very many similarities, and of course, Tolkien was maybe one of the authors that made the monomyth very popular in our culture. So of course must be a huge inspiration, and he inspired like generations. I regard Star Wars as fantasy and not as science fiction. Yeah, that is true. I mean, some people make the differentiation between, or differentiate. Yeah, that's a word. Between hard sci-fi and soft sci-fi, and Star Wars would be more on the soft sci-fi end, I guess. But yeah, Star Wars is also myth. Star Wars is like in German we have the word Märchen. English it's a fairy story or something like this, yeah. And Star Wars is a bit like this too, in a way, just with space and flying around in spaceships and lasers and lightsabers and so on. But in a way, that it has many elements of this. And this, I don't mean this disrespectful or anything, but just, yeah, definitely. Star Wars also has fantasy in it, and some might regard it as fantasy more than as science fiction, because science fiction, especially hard science fiction, usually thinks about an idea that is somewhat plausible in a very futuristic science sense, and thinks about or looks at it, what would happen if I look at this story, if this idea would be true, what consequences would this have, and discusses what would, if we would have androids, what would this do? Like, maybe some people of you have seen my video about cyberpunk and their origins. There we talk a little bit about Philip K. Dick's Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, and he has a fantastic book too. Blade Runner is very loosely based on this book, and yeah, it's just very fascinating. This is a good example for this. In this world, we have these androids called Andes, and in the film they are called replicants, I think, and you can't differentiate a human from them except by making a certain test, the so-called Vogt-Kampff test, and it is about empathy, because those artificial humans have a problem with this, and maybe can identify. And Philip K. Dick plays with this a bit and tells some people that are not androids feel less empathic than, or have less empathy than, for example, some androids have, and then you question this and so on. It's a very interesting book in this regard, and but this is of course what I mean. How do you differentiate those? And there's of course discrimination of those androids and so on, but they also sometimes are quite bad persons too, and maybe sometimes their discrimination is in a weird way justified. We could argue maybe the discrimination made them to what they became and so on. Very interesting book. And yeah, it's fantastic in this sense. Let me just drink something. Okay, back. My mind is absolutely blown. I feel very dumb. Star Wars has very heavy fantasy elements. Thinking about it, yeah, it is. It's not obvious though, in my opinion. So you don't have to feel dumb for it or anything. It's not really obvious because the setting just pushes the idea of it being, in a way, a fairy tale or very mythological in its core, much away. But yeah, if you think about it, it is very mythological, and in a way it's very interesting. Star Wars is in general a very interesting phenomenon in film, in my opinion. Like it definitely is a turning point in the history of cinema and films, for good or worse, one could say. But I like Star Wars, to be honest. Yeah, it's listed as space opera as Smoking Mirrors. Star Wars versus Foundation, both advanced settings. One, yeah, that's a good example. Listed as space opera, one as cornerstone of sci-fi. Yeah, exactly. That was a lot of samurai movie element into exactly. That's a good point by Punny Berry. If you, for example, know the film The Hidden Fortress by Akira Kurosawa, you will see a lot of parallels, like a lot of them. Even R2D2 and C3PO, they are basically equivalents of those in The Hidden Fortress. Very interesting. But some people say that Lucas copied a lot, but I wouldn't. That sounds so negative. Like Tolkien also copied a lot of things for inspirations, like from mythology. We talked about Eärendil, this hero from Old Norse that has also a very similar name to Eärendil, and let's say there are distantly parallels to them. More extreme it is to the children of Húrin and the story from the Kalevala, about Kullervo. Yeah, there's a huge parallels between them. If you look at Greek mythology, Norse mythology, there are so many parallels between them. But Tolkien transforms it also into something new, into a new universe. Stories have always inspirations, and yeah, it's interesting to observe those and analyze those. But sometimes people take it too far and think, oh, it's just copycatting or anything. I think that's not the case. Also, George Lucas formed something new out of it and changed how cinema and stuff is seen. It's, in my opinion, really fascinating stuff. Depends on how you treat advanced sci-fi that is prophetic. Asimov, 3 laws, either cornerstone of robotics or slavery laws, replace robot with race. Yeah, very good point. Sadly, Lucas' writing skills proved to be lackluster. Lucas was a film student prodigy, American Graffiti. He was very young. Yeah, I don't know. People say this a lot, that his writing skills were not so great, but I mean, he has done Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi. I mean, that is very impressive in my opinion. You could argue that maybe some dialogues in those films are a bit wonky. I'm not sure if wonky is a word, but you know what I mean. Maybe not ideal. Yeah, maybe some other writer would have done a better job there, but I don't know. It's very interesting to see, and I'm not good enough, in my opinion, in writing stuff to really judge Lucas here, to be fair. But yeah, I don't know. He did something great, and all he wanted to do was, and I mentioned this in the Star Wars video, I think, too. I think it was in the video about the origins of Cyberpunk. Maybe, whatever. In one of those, that it's very ironic. Lucas wanted to make a Flash Gordon film, but he could not get the license. And then later, after the success of Star Wars, there was a Flash Gordon film because of the success of Star Wars, which is so ironic in my opinion. Just imagine, we would not talk about Star Wars today, but about Flash Gordon, because Lucas would have made the best Flash Gordon film ever. Like, that is, in my opinion, he kicked them off episode 1. Yeah, it is possible. Like, I don't know. It's we would need to, I would need to check if he kicked them out. And he, for sure, I know that I read some interviews or with some other filmmakers that also were related to Star Wars, and they said something like, for example, the beginning was much more complicated, and they talked to Lucas and said, hey, you maybe have to kick some stuff out. So he definitely had help from other filmmakers streamlining some of the story. And maybe in Episode 1, 2, and 3, it didn't came out. To be fair, though, after seeing, maybe this is a very unpopular opinion, but after seeing 7, 8, and 9, the latest sequel, I can't talk that bad about episode 1, 2, and 3 anymore, to be honest. Like, I mean, of course, it feels like the people who made the current sequel films of Star Wars have never talked to each other. That's how it feels when I watch those films. Think those people never had the idea for this trilogy before. Like, they never talked to each other. They just made whatever they wanted to do. It was, I don't know. For me, it's one of the reasons why I don't like them that much. And episode 1, 2, and 3 feel much more coherent in that sense. But I don't know. Very difficult. I've seen all the Star Wars movies multiple times, love them, Star Trek as well. I have much research to do. Yeah, that is true. Like, sci-fi is a very complicated field. Like, there's so much of it, and it's really interesting. Yeah, Star Wars would not be possible without Lucas. Nobody believed in that. That's the success story of him that nobody can take away. Like, sure, if one, like, nobody believed that this would be a success. All expected an absolute flop with Star Wars, and made American Graffiti was very successful. Here, dude, make Star Wars. Have a bit of budget, and just come on. We don't believe in your project anyway. Just get done with it, so we can focus on good films or whatever, or on popular topics again. And it's really. Then it became a game changer. Like, nobody can take this away from Lucas. If he had help, I guess a lot of writers have like help, or I don't know. Really hard to say what Lucas wanted to achieve and wanted to do, and so on. But I don't know. I forgot that 7, 8, 9 exists. I blocked them out. Me too. Like, for me, they are just fan films, fan fiction. Like, holy moly, those films. Not a fan. It's kind of fascinating, but it's interesting that Star Wars and took definitely inspiration from many things, and Tolkien was among them. 7, 8, and 9 were soul crushing. Couldn't finish 9. I've seen all of them, and I don't know. Like, I feel a bit sad because visually, production value wise, they're impressive, but like the script of those films is just terrible. Like, it's just, I don't know. Like, some people have all kinds of excuses, but in my opinion, the script of the films, the basic idea, there's no vision behind those films, and the basic idea was so flawed. And in my opinion, also there were some ideas or some stuff the directors did in the film that didn't work too well, in my opinion. And I don't know why. And I really think Lucas in his original films did it like 10 times better, but I don't know. Like, for example, the classical briefing scene in the Rebel base. Like, if you compare this to the Rebel briefing scene in Episode 4, and it's not even a competition. Like, just from a director's perspective, how it's put into a scene and how it's structured, and what they say and how the dialogues work, it's just wow. Yeah, it was a mess, an overall mess. Like, I could rant on those films a long time. I don't want to, though. We have a good time here. Let's talk about good. There's so many good films out there. Like, I don't know. We should not. yeah, there's so many good films, and why should we waste our time with those films? I mean, you can watch them and have a good time with them. It's not like that, but it's not Citizen Kane, like. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah, they could be better. That's the most diplomatic thing I can say about them. They could maybe be better, maybe have a more coherent script would have helped, I guess, but it's not what we got. It's also very interesting, like, especially if you watch or look at things in case of Star Wars, like, a lot of people have a very emotional connections. I didn't see them in cinema, the original films, because I'm not old enough when I think none of the films came out when I was born yet, so they came out before I was born, and I watched them later in TV, and later I had an opportunity to rewatch some in cinema and so on, which was pretty awesome, but also in a not in the original version though, which is a different topic. But still, I grew up with those films too, with episode 5, 4, and 6, which was still called Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, and so on. I think the episode format was only established with the prequel trilogy. But yeah, I don't know. I grew up with them. I also have an emotional connection to those. I'm a sci-fi fan. I also like Star Trek, of course. And for me, sometimes Star Trek and Star Wars fans clash a bit, but for me it was always like good that we have both of them, so I like this. Gives the high ground. The high ground it's at least a pretty good meme that is remembered, like maybe for the wrong reasons, but episode they definitely, I know what you mean, they definitely had their problems. I agree on this. I haven't watched, it's better, Orinus Winter, that you have not watched those films. Don't waste, maybe watch Rogue One, which was in my opinion okay. Solo, I expected to be an absolute catastrophe and a mess. Can't even say catastrophe. And it was also surprisingly okayish, in my opinion. Like, don't expect like a masterpiece, but can be fun. Wasn't as bad as I expected it to be, because I think the director changed, the one of the main actor for Han Solo also changed, and so on. If stuff like this happened during production, usually the film it does not sorry, it does not help the film. My mind was just not able to phrase the sentence correctly. Denis Villeneuve film, I like Blade Runner. I have not seen Dune yet, but I want to. At least here in my bubble, people really liked the Dune film, so I like Tenet a lot. Like, I know Tenet is also not the most popular film because it can easily lose people, but in the end, I have to admit, it's a film in this form you have not seen before. It is highly complicated if you really try to wrap your mind around it and try to really understand what is exactly happening. I remember coming out of the cinema, taking down a piece of paper and try to draw the plot points and with arrows connect them to find out which time direction goes where. And that has helped, but still it took a lot of brain power to think this film, but I really liked it. How are they going to portray Sauron on a day-to-day basis in the Netflix show? Now we come back to the Lord of the Rings topic. This is a good question. I think it won't appear that often, and if he does, he seems. I think for the people not knowing the story of Sauron in the Second Age, they might portray him like as an ambassador from the West, like what the elves believed, and some just being skeptical, and then maybe they if they do it right or well, they like Sauron tried to also split up the elves, if that makes so. It's basically place a bit of distrust between the elves. So the elves of Lindon said, and Sauron argumented that they are just jealous and don't want that Eregion would grow as much as Lindon would, and so on. And he doesn't that Gil-galad. I know that's an interesting quote there. I can't quote it here correctly, but that they don't or that they don't want that their kingdom grow and that they get to the same level. Basically, there's a bit of jealousy maybe in between and so on. And that's I think if they portray it well, they basically play this card a little bit and leave it unknown who he really is. It's really interesting. Don't. Yeah, exactly. Back to the topic of inspirations, 9.9 out of 10. A story is derived from history, mythology, or legend. That's how original stories come about. So the idea of copying is silly with this in mind. Yeah, true. Or plagiarism. Yeah, that's true. Like a lot of stories have huge inspirations. Like it's always the case. Of course, it's on the demand, or it's depending on how like it's not good in my opinion if you see it's clearly inspired by, let's say, Tolkien, and then you say no, it's all mine. I'm not inspired by Tolkien. If you deny this publicly, that's in my opinion not a smart move. But it's in my opinion okay if you say, yeah, sure, I was inspired by Tolkien, and I tried to maybe. Sometimes you tell a story and you have a big project, and you just want to tell a story like Lord of the Rings. In my opinion, that's a totally fine approach, even if it's then the same as Lord of the Rings, or very similar to Lord of the Rings. And that's totally fine. Then somebody says, hey, I like your story, and then they make a film out of it, and people complain, hey, he's stealing or whatever. But if it's a good story, if it's well done, if it's well written, if people enjoy it, I don't care too much about it. As long as, of course, the credit is not denied to, let's say, the inspiration, the source for it. And yeah, I don't know. It's it's stupid to go beyond this. Like, if you really look into mythology and so on, you could say basically every story is somewhere copied from somewhere. It's just it's very difficult, especially in our times where we have so many series, books, films, comics, and so on available to us, to really come up with a story nobody has told ever before. You maybe can find elements that are unusual, like in Tenet, for example. I wouldn't even say, probably in some sci-fi book or novel you also have a similar story as in Tenet, I don't know. But for me, at least from a cinema's perspective, from what the medium does with visuals, this film, for example, felt like, okay, I've seen distantly similar things, but not in this form, and it was mind-blowing. But I know the film is not for everyone. I liked it a lot. Just keep watching episode 4 and Rogue One. There's no other Star Wars. I have to admit, like I said, Solo I also found not that bad. You don't have to watch it, so I could say it's just. I also think that Rogue One is good, but I don't think it doesn't fit too well to episode 4 in a weird way. Like, it is supposed to basically be right before episode 4 and have a smooth transition over to the beginning of episode 4, but I think, in my opinion, there are some details that don't align very well. I don't mean visually or anything. I just mean plot-wise. Cannot wait for the Dune film to come up. Here in Europe, it already runs, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I've not seen it yet, but I want to see it too. Fingers crossed in the two partner pilots, they will shoot the origin of the Silmarils. War of Wrath. Sauron will first appear, glowing strange elven lord that seemed to have come from Valinor. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very curious what they will show in the first episodes. What flashbacks or whatever we might get there. I want Keanu as Anatar. That would be funny, to be honest. I'm very curious about the Matrix film with Keanu Reeves, so what this will happen. I know people didn't like the trailer that much, I think, but I'm also... Yeah, I don't know. I think the trailer is a bad foundation for judging if Matrix 4 will be good or not good. I think we should wait for reviews when it really comes out. And for me personally, I will just watch it. I don't care about if it not looks that great or whatever. I think might be interesting. Maybe not. We will see. Oh, that's a good point. Sauron's screen time has to be impactful and expertly crafted. I agree with this. So I wouldn't put him in place all the time, but very nuanced. So at certain points, but when he appears, it matters, and it's very, as you say, impactful. It's to be remembered. The scenes with Sauron. The eyes. Whoever they cast needs to have old eyes. Interesting idea. Not Keanu Reeves, please. Mischievous. I think they have to find a look that convinces that somebody believes that this is not Sauron. I think they have to sell this. Lee Pace is Thranduil. Excellent choice. Yeah, I know that. He's very popular, Thranduil. He definitely set also a mark for him. Like, I can't even imagine the Elven King differently anymore. So, I don't know what he did, but he worked really well. I agree on that. Every story that has ever written already exists, yeah, probably. Nope, Neuromancer. Yeah, Neuromancer is also very interesting. A new one, I hated the trailer. Yeah, like, I have a very... I have to say, the trailer also did not convince me, and that alone convinced me in a way, because, like, this time it's only Lana Wachowski, and I think I'm one of the 5 people in the world who really like Wachowski films. Usually, Wachowski films are not, except for Matrix 1, aren't the most liked films, I guess. But it's in a way, the films are very strange, and I like that about the films, that they are strange films, if that makes any sense. Like, they have this weird thing to put, like, their films, Wachowski films are always like a parable. Like, they have a image side and a, what do you call it? I don't only know the German term for it. The factual level, is this how you call it? So there's an image level and a factual level, an image side and factual side. I'm not sure. The stories usually want to tell something, and sometimes what is actually told in the story has a lower priority to them than what they actually want to express with the film. And the story level suffers from this, and this is why sometimes their films are or seem very strange to some people. But I like that in a weird way. Like, what I expect from the Matrix film, maybe I'm very subtext. Yeah, that's probably the word. What I expect, like, currently we see a lot of remakes and soft reboots and whatnot, and maybe they jump on this because the first Matrix films were like a criticism of Hollywood and the classical Hollywood formula in a weird way. That was their intention. Like, if you think about it, a film is also, like, if it's immersive, a prison for your mind, and through the stylistic devices and things available, it tells your brain, now you have to laugh, now you have to be sad, now you have to be excited, and so on. Now you have to feel pity for the main character. It's not on. It's deliberately. It's done. It's a highly deterministic medium film, and that is what they try to express with it. And this is I don't know. It's really, I don't know. They might overthink things a lot, the Wachowskis, but I like that. And it's not for everyone, I guess. But often I think people also fail to see that they always doing this. It's not a surprise. And I'm curious, what will they do in Matrix 4, or what will Lana Wachowski do in Matrix 4 with this? The author of Cloud Atlas also really liked the film. I have not read the book, though. The author of the book Cloud Atlas is also a writer of the film. So I'm very... very, very curious what they will do there and what they try. They, of course, try to hide it, and they also make flashy films. It's not like that, but there's also always some weird stuff going on in the background and some weird ideas that they sometimes make, and it is, for me, it's very interesting to see what they do. She has, Lana Wachowski, I think, hasn't done a film in a longer time now, so I'm curious what they will do. And going back into the Matrix might be a good idea. So, very curious, because the concept of inside the Matrix works better, I think, with the audience than outside the stuff outside the Matrix. And very curious what they will do there. I know that some people already saying, the film will be bad, and it doesn't look great. The trailer doesn't... the trailer looks really strange, like it is so flashy, so colorful in a weird way. But I think that might be very deliberate, what they are doing there. Very curious how this might end and what they will do there. I could imagine that they might criticize remakes or something with it, with like a very hidden message somewhere, deep hidden into the meta-narrative of the film or something. I'm very curious what they do. Maybe it will also be an absolute disaster and not even I will like it. I'm not sure. But I have to admit, I want to see it. Like, it's, fascinating stuff. Yeah, films are now flashy with no content. Exactly. Spectacle, Fast and the Furious. I mean, I don't mind when films are flashy and a spectacle and people have a good time with it. Like, if you see a Fast and the Furious film, you can sit there and have a good time and a good laugh and see some cool action scenes. The problem is that, well, it's not a problem, but what I would wish is that there are more other films. Like, not only that, not every film or every film with a big budget tries to be Fast and the Furious and other films and so on, or a Marvel film, but that there are also these strange films that are a bit unusual that try to do something different, and I hope we get more of those. Like, I'm very happy that Villeneuve can now make a Dune film. It might be very interesting to see. I wish him a lot of success with this film, and same with I hope that I'm not sure how successful Tenet was. I hope it was successful. And Nolan films usually are quite successful, so those films are there too. I think both have a right to exist, but the balance is currently off a little bit. That makes sense. Dune is evidency. It's out of this. Acting in Dune is evident. It's out of this world, but it's nice. Yeah, the DC and I don't know. I'm not too interested in those films anyway, so I don't care. And if people have good time with them, like if I don't care about it, I just don't watch it. It's that easy. Heavy amount of philosophy and social commentary. Yeah, exactly. That's stuff like this. Very interesting to see. I don't have high hopes for The Matrix in regard of the trailer. With the original, they tricked people into thinking they would see a turn your brain off kind of spectacle, but ended up injecting a heavy amount of philosophy and social commentary. Yeah. It is in the original. They definitely tricked people. But like I said, I expected multiple times now that the Wachowskis would start doing different films, more mainstream films, more films that work more with a formula, and they never did. So I would give them the benefit of the doubt that they might make an interesting film. I like the Fast and the Furious, yeah, and it's totally fine to like those films and have a good time. But sometimes I also wish like for some other interesting or some cool stuff like, I don't know, Blade Runner 2049. Like, it's a shame that that film also was not that well financially. Like, I would like having more films like Blade Runner 2049. Not like more Blade Runner films, but more films in this style, more films that focus on an idea and a bit more philosophical in that regard, if that makes sense. So perhaps the new one will be the same. I hope so. Yeah, maybe it will be the same. I think, like I said, they usually have like this subcontext. I think that is a good word for it. These films, they try to do something, tell something, and it can be hidden, it can be very obvious. It's very difficult, and sometimes the story suffers from having this focus on subcontext. But usually those films have, and it's very interesting to uncover it and to find out what's this film about. What does the film want to tell me? And that gives a lot of possibility for thinking about it. Anything by Philip K. Dick, yeah, exactly. I think I only know the first 3 Fast and the Furious films. Yeah, the Starship Troopers, also a very interesting thing. Yeah, of course, it's film. I think, I don't know. I really appreciate that we can at least talk about these things, and people can have a different opinion. Say, I like this film, and the other side, no, I don't like those films, and that's totally fine. Like, I hate it when people try to, I don't know, making it appear that an opinion is wrong or something like this. I mean, there are some extreme cases where somebody has to step in or so, but I know. The Man in the High Castle, yeah, it's also an inspiration for his next, or I'm not sure if it was directly the next novel, but also for Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? Because in The Man of the High Castle, he did research and he found, he also found that not some, but there was a story. He read some stuff of the Nazis, and there was like a diary, and it was about a Nazi commander complaining about the crying of dying children, and that he could not sleep, and found this outrageous. And it felt so inhuman what he wrote there, that the concept of empathy came to his mind, and this plays a huge role in Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. Really interesting stuff. Well, original short story had Decker as a film noir, loser drunk detective going through divorce, depression, amazing turnaround for Blade Runner. Yeah, the Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep story is really, really different from the actual Blade Runner film. But still, I like the Blade Runner. The Blade Runner film was so influential on cinema. It's really, especially on sci-fi and how we imagine or envision cyberpunk. Yeah, he was really a genius. I agree. Yeah, it's sadly complicated, but there's this. He's my favorite author. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I did research for the origins of cyberpunk video, which is also basically only part 1 if you want. I also read the book and I really enjoyed my time reading it. It was really a very thought-invoking book. Can fully recommend it. It's not for everyone, I guess, because yeah, I don't know. It's a lot about ideas if you want. But it's a really fascinating book, nonetheless. But now we have gone off the rails quite a lot, I have to admit. Thoughts on Lars von Trier movies? I have to admit, I'm not hugely into Lars von Trier's Trier movies. To be honest, I know that they are held in very high regard in many places, but I think how to say it? I think that that's often movies that are not for me, in a weird way. Like, I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, they're very special movies, very that can also be very extreme in some elements, and I can't deal with the extreme stuff he does sometimes. But it's still interesting. It definitely has a place, or he does very unique and special films. I have to be off now. Thank you so much for the very interesting conversation, guys. I have so much fun. I will be sure to check out your videos mentioned on your channel. Yeah, thank you for staying and joining the conversation. All the best to you, and have a good, fantastic rest of the day. I will also end the stream soon because we're now at almost 5 hours. When I said I would continue a little bit, I was like at 3 hours 30 or something. And now we're at 4 hours 45 and it's getting late here. I'm still surprised that my voice is still working, so that's also a good thing, I guess. But yeah, also stay safe, my friend. Yeah, definitely. Like, he does some really unusual stuff. Can't deny that. Yeah. It's interesting. It's definitely one of the. It's good that we have people like him and also others who just explore the boundaries of the cinema and driving the art further, trying something new. Even though it's probably not for everyone, but definitely it's important to have visionary artists that try something out and change something and etc. But okay, people, sorry for derailing here at the end, but we also had like over 3 hours of pure lore talk, so that was that we at the end had to discuss some of the other stuff. I will end the stream now because, like I said, it's really late already. I'm getting tired. I don't want to cut off the interesting conversation here, but as said, my voice also wants to rest a little bit, and there will be more streams. Like, I often say this, I want to stream more frequently, so if nothing gets in my way, I try to stream every 2 weeks. And then another Tolkien lore Q&A. Hope people enjoy this format. And usually, I have to say, the VODs of my lore Q&A sessions are usually have very good view numbers for VOD, so it's pretty awesome. And yeah, go rest. Thank you. I will. Yeah, I'm working in the background on other stuff, and that is, of course, quite a lot to do. Like, I don't know, it's sometimes you work on stuff and you find out it's not great or it's not interesting and it will never see the light of day or anything. And yeah, that's always a bit unfortunate then. But I hope that in the next few days there is a little announcement video. Can't say when it's done because I need to do a second video for this too, which makes this a big problem. And I'm very curious what people will think about this. I won't spoil what it is right now. I mentioned it multiple times by now, but yeah, still working on that. As said, I've taken a few days off in the past week. And I'm a bit behind now again, but that is to be expected, I guess. Is there anything else? As said, people are interested in gaming stuff. Also stream on Twitch. Most likely I will stream tomorrow on Twitch again. We might play some Dark Souls or start with Sable, which might be interesting. I also got to run. Need a haircut. Then, yeah, all the best. Have a fantastic rest of the day, Orange Winter. Nice seeing you here. Maybe seeing you on Twitch or something. And yeah, get your haircut, man. And before I end the stream, I have to do something in the background. So I have to keep rambling here for a moment or two. That has, of course, different reasons. Because I did not prepare. There is usually like an outro with the credits of supporters. I think somebody asked about Super Chat or something. I don't have a Super Chat. I deactivated it because I find it strange. But people can subscribe to the to this channel thing. Yeah, I can say that at least. And if you do, depending on what you do, you get like a little credit thing there. Something wrong. The problem is I have not prepared it. That's always like bad. But I really forgot about it. So now I have to... I basically have to not catch up with it. Let me see. Is this... No, it's the legacy stuff. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, sometimes stuff is really complicated. That the reason for that is relatively simple. I changed something in my video making process, and that slows me down quite a bit. What on earth is all of this here? Oh, here it is. Okay, now I'm highly confused with my editing program, so I have to render this really fast. Okay, that would work. Good that you can't hear the sound. There's a huge problem I have now because... And I made it more complicated than it needs to be myself. That is, let's say, unfortunate. That works. I just have to get a few names from my YouTube account really quick in the background. So don't go anywhere. Is there anything else coming on my channel? Yeah, like I said, the Elrond video, the second part, is still in the works, in the background. Will take still a bit of time because even though I've already written it, editing and recording it just takes a long time. It's as simple as that. it really takes a long time making some of the stuff, as you probably can imagine. Okay, there's this information I needed. Okay, it's just this here. I just want to not exclude everyone from their perk. No. Oh, sometimes I hate this. Oh, they changed a few things in Adobe Premiere, so sometimes a bit slower than I want to be. Yeah, this is the main problem. Now I have to move this around. That is really a big problem. Very difficult to do this on the fly, to be honest. Oh, what is happening with this? Okay, maybe it's not perfectly, the format of it is not perfect for it. Okay, that should work. Now I only have to render it and hope that it renders fast while streaming. It is not ideal, but sometimes, oh no, that is a problem. Better. It's 2 minutes. That's a really long outro. Whatever. I can't make it shorter right now. And hope it works. That's always my biggest concern, that it works. Then I have to just... Okay, in a minute I would have it. So I can now look at chat a bit. I had to look you out of it. Good night, it was great. Had a great evening with you guys. Yeah, was really nice of you. Got a run also. Haircut, okay, I already read this. Really kind, and it's been so much fun, and I'm having a dorm room conversation from university days. Having a dorm room conversation, yeah, I can imagine that. But pretty awesome that people like it and enjoy it so much. So let me just render the outro, and then I call it a day. I should maybe prepare this already. There is credits. It's good. Just have to change the properties for it. Okay, I think I did another great mistake. Oh, here I rendered it too. That is interesting. I keep making my life more complicated for me with this. That is here. OBS is here. Okay, I hope it works. Okay, so yeah, I say goodbye. Wish you a fantastic rest of the day. I'm not sure if I can play it with sound. I try. Maybe it works, maybe not. We will see. It's not so important though. And thank you people for watching. If you want to see all the stuff here in the stream, there will be a VOD of this. I think it will be available right after the stream. I probably won't make a new version of it and just place a time code, whatever. You will find it. So see you in next stream or in the next video, or maybe on Twitch tomorrow or whatever. Wish you a fantastic rest of the day. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you again for watching, and goodbye.